The eve of week 2 of the National Football League. Love it. A lot of storylines out of week 1. By the way, we are going to be a little ticked off at the top of the program here. Okay? And this is going to be something that you're not getting any longer in Philadelphia. By the way, welcome aboard. Please hit the like button. Super chats go to the top. And we're going to get into it here in a second here with Nick Sirianni. I saw that bullshit press conference today. And unfortunately, you don't have media people in your market that will press the gas pedal down. And here, follow me here. So this guy constantly crows about a fucking culture in the Philadelphia Eagle locker room. Tells us how great it is in the Eagle locker room all the time. How wonderful it is and how the players and everybody buy into a culture. But when that culture is questioned by numerous people in the media in Philly, they have no fucking comment. Bullshit. If you're going to crow about your culture and the first time it gets questioned because of questionable actions by one of your stars, you can't hide behind, well, we keep shit in-house. Don't tell me how fucking great your culture is when you can't explain when someone goes off the rails. It's a bullshit comment by Sirianni. You know why it's a bullshit comment? Because he tells you how fucking great it is inside his culture. When the first time it gets questioned, they hide behind, well, we're keeping that in-house. That's not good enough, Nick. That's not good enough. I mean, listen, that's why the best common sense is to not say anything about culture, what goes on. Don't tell me how fucking great you are. And then when something goes sideways, well, hey, we're keeping it in-house. Well, keep your culture in-house. Unbelievable. You get called out one time about your culture, and you fucking hide. Lame, weak, and dumb. And it doesn't look good. Sorry, you don't get to crow about how great you are and how great your culture is. And then when it happens to have a misstep, you go, well, you know, we'll keep that in-house. Keep everything in-house, Junior. Holy shit, the guy's a bullshit artist. Prime example of it right there. That's a bullshit artist. Unbelievable. Hey, and for the record, should the Eagles do more about their fabulous culture? Should they do more or not? If you believe in what you're preaching, shouldn't you do more? Or is it just a paycheck? You tell me. Come on, Nick. Talking to me about how great and wonderful. Fly, Eagle, fly. Okay. Well, if your culture's so great, you really think $57,000 is enough to deter a player who's got a track record of acting like an asshole? Pathetic. Pathetic. And I agree with Angelo. It's utterly pathetic. Pathetic. And it's right. Absolutely pathetic. Pathetic. How great is your culture? You know, we just buy into everything here. And, dude, I could write on my fucking hand how many times this guy talks to me about players doing this, players buying in, people doing this. It gets questioned one time. We'll keep that in the house. Stupid. Again, hey, that's not what that thing is. I mean, George Seifert Sirianni. Right there, baby. But by the way, for the record, George Seifert was a better coach and had more wins and more Super Bowl wins and more division titles and more times in the NFC title game. Who the fuck is Nick Sirianni over George Seifert? He ain't better than him. That's not what his resume says. Get this. Seifert had 8 years. He won 105 ball games and lost 35. How you doing? Actually won 108 games. Nick needs to own up and admit he has to be better. Why can't Nick just say this publicly? That's not – Mike Tomlin wouldn't act like that. He'd put that player on blast. You know, whatever you want to say about Tomlin and those guys not getting the quarterback position right, and they failed there. Tell you what, you won't fail. How you doing? And you know what it is? You ain't pulling that bullshit on Mike Tomlin. That ain't happening. That's not happening under him. Watch this. I'm going to show you something else, you soft ass. Some of you are soft. Should the Eagles do more? Should the Eagles do more, in your opinion? Should they do more? Yes or no? Making shit up? Hey, dude, listen to the press conference. Ain't making nothing up. Listen to the press conference. Go listen, dude. He made it up. Should the Eagles do more? Yes or no? Here's KC. Okay, that's a thought. Who else? Get this. You're damn right. If it was Gabe Hall, who they just cut for some psycho reason, where they're already limited at D tackle, I don't get that stupid. You know, it's been a boatload of stupid Howie Roseman moves. A boatload of stupid Howie Roseman moves this offseason. You won't say it? I will. They've been shitty. And his actions speak to that. You have had shitty offseason moves outside of your draft. They have been shitty. Nick Sirianni, the ballless wonder. Bro, don't tell me how great you are, and then when something's not great, you hide. Holy cow. No backbone, no balls, no leadership, just a yes man. Whatever, guy. And I don't care how else you see it. That's how I see it. Holy shit. What an absolute boneless, ballless guy. Anybody. What do you do to Jalen Carter now? What would you do? Listen, I'm not sitting him for that game. Don't get me wrong here. I'm not sitting him. That's not happening. So let me get this right. You're not going to do anything until contract time. Is that right? Another ballless moved. So wait a minute. You're going to go and do this and say this. Well, we're not going to do anything right now, but what we're going to do is this. We're going to take it out on him in contract time. That's ballless too. Thank you, bro. Appreciate that, Jeff DeBone. So wait, I won't do anything for his conduct and what made the team look bad and conduct detrimental. But when it comes to the contract next year, I'm not going to pay him near the $38 million that he's going to command. Because why? Then you're going to bring character up? Is then so you can get a hometown deal? That's a bullshit move too. Okay? Here's why a dumbass like this sits here all day and tells me how great his fucking Eagles are. And yet, get this. Who cares? Let's go. Get this. Stop acting like a knee dragger, Nick Sirianni, which you are. You are a knee dragger. You walk around the Novacare complex on your knees. You have a pair of Howie Roseman knee pads. That guy is not 6'3". He is 5'6" because he walks on his knees. Sirianni knows how the bread is buttered. Absolutely a great take. Absolutely a great take. Okay? I mean, hey, we have a really great place. Everything is great here. All the players buy in. And then when your player acts like an asshole on national television, you're sitting there going, oh, well, we keep all of that in-house. We don't really talk about any kind of punishment. I'm not telling you about punishment. I'm asking you one question. The easiest question was asked. Do you think Jalen Carter's learned his lesson? Nick can't just say this. Hey, by all accounts, man, we had a great conversation. It's over. Let's move on. Instead, it's like, we keep everything in fucking house. We do all this shit in house. We do all this and we do that and we do that. And all we do is make excuses up and we do that. Holy shit. You got to be kidding me. I mean, what a bunch of bullshit. You got a bullshit artist as a coach. An absolute bullshit artist. Let me ask you this. That's bullshit artist stuff. All right. One more time on this. Do you really think the Eagles should do something else? It don't matter what you say and do. I'll continue to be the head coach. Right? Told you on the program how to operate. He taught Nick. Okay, fair enough. You went after my boy JD. Sat a man who didn't register a stat. Matt, it took JD some time to develop. He didn't develop. He didn't have a good game. That guy in that defense, according to the coordinator, got ran over. And by the way, stop making this about fucking me. It's not. It's about your boy figuring it out after 4 years to stay away from the fucking Twinkies. Your coach even said it. Well, it's the first time he's able to do that because, well, he is in shape. Congratulations for not being a fat ass. Here's a pat on the back, guy, for doing your job at the 13th pick in the draft. Congratulations, fat guy. You're no longer fat. Okay. Congratulations. Twinkie Davis decided not to be Twinkie Davis. Congratulations. Howie, I'll take a double in one of those pink donuts. And sprinkles for Nick. And I'll take a Kreller. Give me a Kreller, too. I like the Kreller. They kind of get right there, you know? How you doing? Give me a break. Sunshine Sirianni. Oh, everything's going great. Little adversity hits. The guy hides behind the shield of, well, we keep it in-house. Holy shit, man. You can't draw it up any better. You can't. Like I told you, man, I got no stake in the game. I just see it the way I see it. Your boy drags his knees around at the NovaCare Center. Simple questions were asked. You don't have to tell us what was said to the player. You can't tell us that it was addressed. I'll keep everything in-house. Well, then do me a favor. Don't tell me how you're not great. You're not great because the message obviously hasn't resonated. Because the guy continues to do that shit year in and year out. He hasn't got the point. $57,000, that's not going to get the point. That guy's going to make that in the back end in March. He don't give a shit about that money. My God. How dumb. And then, here's the beautiful thing. What should you do? Exactly. I know why 23 fell apart. Yeah, because Nick has no balls. He's great when shit's going good. When shit goes sideways, he hides behind Howie's skirt. That's what he does. He hides behind Roseman. Well, that wasn't Nick Sirianni talking today about Jalen Carter. That was Nick. Or excuse me, that wasn't Nick talking about Jalen Carter. That was Howie Roseman talking. How you doing? Holy cow. He talks a good game, and he doesn't walk a good game. That's your head coach. That is totally your head coach. How do you not take away? Get this. Not really any of you are. I would say this. 80% of the Eagle fans will not see it that way because they don't want to. Listen, hold on. I'm not telling you to suspend him for the game. That's not what I'm doing here. I don't want him suspended for the game. I don't. What should you do? Should the Eagles stand up for their culture or not? If you don't do anything more than just that, they're not standing up for their culture. What should you do? Well, he's a really great player. Nothing. All right. I'm not suggesting he doesn't play. What should you do? Money's not enough. Get this. Who cares? The Eagles do. Bro, shut the fuck up. Sit down and be quiet the rest of the show. They care. They're constantly telling us how great they are. What should you do? Carter seems like the type of guy that you need to be careful with. You want him to get some control, but you don't want him to lose his edge. Correct. They should hit him in his pocket. Sitting him does nothing. I completely agree with you. I'm not penalizing. And get this. Stop with the fucking Dak stuff. Dak did nothing wrong. End of story. Stop it. Stop making excuses for a guy with a character record. Dak doesn't have a character record. Carter does. End of story. Okay? End of story. Carter has a character issue. Dak does not. End of story. Okay? End of story. Get this. They are not going to say a word, nothing to Prescott. He did nothing wrong. That's more what I'm thinking right here. I actually like this. I'm not going to, hey, Dime, like I told you, when you start a game, you get a paycheck like this. You get it for starts. You get an incentive for starting 17 times. Okay? So you get an additional plus the 75% of playing time, plus incentives and sacks and tackles and what have you. Defense finishing in the top 10, 5, 3, 1. That's what I'm thinking. It's a gesture. They've already done enough. I think you sit them for the first place, put them right in on second down. I completely agree. Jimmy Johnson did this for Michael Irvin for being late one time to a game. Sat him on the first play. But you got to stand up for your culture, don't you? I mean, if Nick is going to preach to everybody about his culture, shouldn't Nick Sirianni stand up for that culture? Let me ask you this, guys. I know this is hard for you. Don't you think this? If you're going to talk about your culture, shouldn't you stand up for it? And not the league do your dirty work? Shouldn't he? Shouldn't they stick up for the culture? Yes or no? No. So you shouldn't stand up for your culture, okay? Then stop fucking telling me about it. Story's over. I was going off of what Nick did today, Daniel. Today. So I'm happy he has a character issue. Couldn't be an Eagle otherwise. I'll deal with the growing pains. Not bad. Sills is crashing up because yeah, that's right. After 40 fucking years, I ran out. Nice job, kid. Sit in the corner with the other guy. Dak has no record, but he showed a little something different. Yeah, okay. That's what he didn't do. It's a lie. He did nothing wrong. You're a media guy, Sills. You need this to push your Eagles. No, I'm asking you about a guy who preaches about his fucking culture every day. And when he was questioned for the first time about it, he bailed on it and hid behind, well, we keep it in house. No, I'm not. I'm asking you why you couldn't answer a simple question. I mean, we're so good. We're this. We got called. And then when it's questioned, he couldn't answer it. What an absolute ridiculous comment. I mean, honestly. Holy shit. Nee Sirianni to the rescue. Hit the like button. We appreciate you guys being here. Look, I'll say it again to you. I'm not sitting that guy for any extended period of time. But you got to stand up. Dude, if you don't stand up for your culture and you just think the fine's enough, you're fucking weak. I don't want this guy not playing in this ball game. That's not where I'm at. But there's ways that you can at least show the rest of the team you're defending your culture. I said it. I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I'm not doing anything crazy. He's not sitting for or missing that game. He's not doing any of that. Jimmy Johnson sat out for the first series, Michael Irvin, because he missed the plane once when he was in Dallas with the Cowboys. But if Andy Reid did this, oh my God, he's a great coach. Bro, Andy Reid doesn't bark about his fucking culture. We're great, we do this, everybody's buying in. Sorry, man, I'm not buying it. I don't give a shit what you think. I don't. I don't give a shit what you think. All right. So let's move on to this. I want to start doing something here, and I want to ask you flat out. You think you have an A.J. Brown problem? Or do you think there's an A.J. Brown problem developing between Hurts and A.J. Brown? Do you believe it? I want to show you something. From week 1, I'm going to show you something of all the quarterbacks who played this last weekend. I posted this on my X account at Dan Sileo Show. And I want to show you this. So there was a graph. And let me get this up here. Okay. So these are the quarterbacks who had the least amount of time to throw the football in the game. Matthew Stafford on the first week. Spencer Rattler. Aaron Rodgers really too. The worst. Look at that offensive line. Let's go all the way who had the most time. Look at that. Look at the difference. Jalen Hurts had the most time of any quarterback in the National Football League in week 1. He had the most time in the pocket of any quarterback in the pocket of all 31 other quarterbacks. And you found A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith 4 times. Do you think that's a problem? He had the most time to throw the football, more than any guy in the league. Now, I'll ask you this. Is that a Patullo issue or Jalen Hurts issue? Who is it? No quarterback. And it's by far had more time to find his receivers than Jalen Hurts did. Is that a quarterback issue? Or is that a coordinator issue? What do you think? Quarterback issue or a issue with or both? No quarterback had more time to find receivers than Jalen Hurts did, and it wasn't close. Not even close. By the way, if you'd like to see that chart, it is on my X account at Dan Sileo Show. Aaron Rodgers had the least, and he was sensational. Hurts had the most and found A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith 4 times, and the star of the team had 1 catch. Who's the issue? Hurts or Patullo or both? Pick one. Now, let's be fair here. Okay? It's September and it's a liar's month. So we're now going on really the 18th regular season game where the passing has sucked. Is it because it's a run scheme? Hey, by the way, I'll make the point to you. You don't win that game unless Hurts has the wheels. This will catch you. Especially if Barkley goes down. Barkley goes down, it's over. Over. So, is it Kevin Patullo? Or is it Hurts? Or both? You tell me. No? Figured so much. The guy had more opportunities based with the 2 best receiving duo in the league and had the best offensive line in football. And you can't come to the grips of it that you're telling me that it's either scheme-oriented or it's Jalen Hurts not being able to read a defense. Okay? You tell me. Yesterday with Xander on, Sills, it looked like AJ took plays off. Now it's had time to pass. Well, wait a minute. He's taking plays off. He surely is. Because Hurts can't find him or something. Dude, both of those are true. Hey, Prince, thanks for pointing out that AJ's also loafing and Hurts had more time. What's going on? Thanks, Prince. I appreciate it because he is taking plays off. Go watch the 22. I said as a topic, is there an A.J. Brown problem? You didn't hear me because you don't want to hear it. Hey, Prince, whatever, guy. He is taking plays off. Both are true. He had more time than anybody. Get this. You see this here? Hurts had the most time of anybody in the pocket. AJ's taking plays off also. Kevin Patullo's your coordinator. Pick one. I'm asking you to pick one. Hey, and Gurley 215. Those are true. Seals, I thought the O-line was bad. Well, I didn't think I thought the offensive line got beat by the Cowboy D-line. Why do you change what take? I'm bringing up a topic. The offensive line was bad. And they still gave him time. Bro, a stat came out today that Jalen Hurts had the more time. The Cowboys, they did a great job in the passing game. Did they not? It's not a change. Holy shit. Dude, 3 things can be true. Asking you a question. Is there an A.J. Brown problem? Yes or no? Is it a Hurts problem? Is it a Patullo problem? By the way, we're narrowing this down a little bit now from now on. Okay. No, not yet. Bonehead take. You had more penalties than, get this. I have nothing to do with the fact that yesterday the coordinator of your football team said we didn't stop the run at all. Not nearly. Whatever you want to make of what Vic said has nothing to do with 40 years ago. Thank you. Mulatto looked bad. Landon looked hurt, and he was. Lane wasn't his usual dominant. I wouldn't go there with Lane. I wouldn't put that in Lane's lap. Okay? Lane looked like Lane. Jurgens and Steen were the only two that were decent. I thought Steen got beat. They did a nice job at getting to the quarterback. Now, I'll say this one more time. It's September, and it's a Liars Month. That wasn't a well-called football game. Did you get a load of that press conference from Kevin Patullo? It was a dog and pony show. He couldn't answer a fucking question either. You got to be kidding me. Hey, by the way, we'll get to this topic in a minute. I don't know what the problem is. We keep winning. AJ making tons of money and has a ring. He's got to grow the fuck up and stop bitching. Dude, he took plays off. He did. Hurts had all the time. He's still taking plays off backside. Watch the film. Sills might be very difficult to deal with on occasion, but he still has more playing time than any of us put together. Hey, like I said, I don't sit in here and pull a Ryan Clark on you that you guys, again, you guys have a right to an opinion. That's why I don't block anybody. We don't block anybody in here. If you were on WIP right now, not one of you would be able to have your opinions. Nobody. That's not going to happen. I and Xander and everyone, we give you the ability to do that. Nobody else does that. I don't give a shit. You have an opinion? I value it, or I would block you. KP's scheme, Kevin Patullo's scheme has been trash so far. Game 1, he overthinks himself, ran with Barkley when they should have run play action. Absolutely. Here, I'm going to start it out again here. I want to make sure the two topics that we started out with. I'm not sitting Jalen Carter. I am not in any way. But here's my problem with Sirianni today. Sirianni crows to me about how great the culture in the building is, right? He tells us every single fucking day how great it is in the building. When 3 reporters ask him about that culture and question that culture, they run behind the Howie Roseman prepared speech of, well, we keep it in-house. Bro, really? I think that's a weak-ass way out of it. We keep hey, bro, then stop fucking telling me how great you think things are inside your culture. Because the first time it's questioned with a player that has done something that taints the shield of the Eagles shield and you're questioned on it, you hide. That's not standing up for your culture or standing up for something that you believe in. You can't stand up for something? I can't believe people in here don't. Listen, I'm telling you flat out, I'm not saying sit him. But, hey, I talked to the player. I told him he was a fucking stupid ass. We cleared it up. We're good. We're moving on. Let's move on here. Everything we're talking about here. Oh, yeah, okay, guy, whatever. New OC week 1. Can get better, but bad start. Well, here, you had 4 targets. And as I said, on my Twitter account, I posted the quarterbacks who had the most time of any quarterback in week 1. Hurts by far had the most time of any quarterback. It's either Patullo, Hurts, AJ, or all of the above. Sills, is it week 1? Yeah. Yes. Is it Hurts? I'll tell you this. If Jalen doesn't use his wheels, they're not winning that game. If Hurts didn't make the end, and by the way, if you're thinking that I'm talking shit on Jalen, I am not. I don't believe it is Hurts. I think it's AJ taking fucking plays off, and I think Patullo with the situational play calling, I think it was terrible. Go back and watch the film. I don't think Hurts is not in this conversation, really. I don't believe he is. I don't. Hey, of all things, out of that game, I'm patting that guy on the back and going, thank God you're here. Thank God you're here. Funny, Xander said something to me the other day. He goes, what'd you make of that press conference by Patullo? I was like, I couldn't understand it. I turned it off. I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. Good afternoon, Sills. I believe Carter learned his lesson, even though Prescott instigated the spitting incident. However, Carter has to show leadership and be cool. Bro, I didn't say he played bad. I said the play calling. Here, wait a minute. Who said he played bad? I said finding A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith 4 times, and the guy had more time than any quarterback in the NFL in week 1. You didn't hear me rip Jalen. Where did you hear me rip Jalen? By the way, he didn't win that game throwing the ball. He won that game with his wheels. Seals, do you think Michi trade was to ensure depth for a potential A.J. Brown trade. Then everything went sideways when Wilson got. Dude, Wilson is not going to instigate or in any way initiate any kind of trade deals. Johnny Wilson's a nothing in this conversation here when it comes to A.J. Johnny Wilson, A.J. Brown, that's like talking about the moon and the sun. It has no relevance to one another. Okay? Well, the passing game does suck. Jalen Hurts makes plays because in spite of the coaching. Seals, don't forget, on top of it all, that is that Dallas playing with Dallas played well. By the way, Battle Royale will be with us. Okay, here's Eric. This is something here that I agree with. Listen, Eric, he has to be less predictable. How about this? Okay? A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley. That's as predictable as you can get. Seals, this offense is systematically the same the last 4 years. The common factor is Patullo and cheerleader Sirianni. I watched Ben Johnson scheme his wide receivers up every single play. Look, here's the difference, though, Trevor, in the conversation here between scheming guys open and then guys like A.J. Brown and Devontae. You don't have to be creative to get A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith open. Those guys are going to dominate the opponents they're playing because that's just who those dudes are. Those guys are just superior to the people they're playing. I could go like this to A.J. Brown, and the guy hear me. Hey, A.J., run a go route. I don't care if he hears me. He can't stop it. Go run a go route. And if he heard me, so what? AJ's that guy. Devontae's that guy. It doesn't matter if they know the play's coming. That's how good Philly's talent is. People who have to trick people and scheme people up aren't confident in the people they have beating people that line up in front of them. The Eagles are confident every single guy they have on offense, especially, can beat anybody they line up against. I happen to believe that. I happen to believe that. Now, I'll ask you again, and I'll make it clear to you. Going back and watching and then seeing the context of this, Hurts had the most time of any quarterback to find those wide receivers known as A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. And yet, he couldn't find them. Why? A.J.'s taking plays off. He's taking plays off. Do you know why Hurts went to Goddard and Jahan Dotson? Those guys were playing hard. Hurts rewarded those dudes. I think you got an A.J. Brown problem. Hurts, it's not a rip on him. This is a rip on A.J. Brown and Patullo. Jalen, you don't win the game. You don't win the game if he doesn't improvise and then do this on the fly. A.J. Brown's taking fucking plays off, dude. I got to go to Jahan Dotson. I worked with him the entire – remember I said it not only in the postgame show, but here on Monday I went, or on Friday I said it. You think there's any coincidence that Dotson has been working with Hurts the entire offseason and that the guy who had the best game of any wide receiver was Jahan Dotson? Did you think that was a coincidence? Look, it's one game. If this becomes a trend, you got a problem. What I'm going to do this year is we're going to get out in front of stuff. And If it doesn't happen, Jalen settled it. Jalen took care of it, and they did everything in-house, and they took care of everything. Okay? Hurts is going to fix this, I think. Okay. By the way, and I disagree completely with this take here. It was Jalen's wheels and he improvising. It wasn't Kevin Petula's play calling. Kevin Petula had nothing to do with those scoring drives. It was Hurts extending plays with his legs. If you go back and watch the film, that's what happened. Not this thing here that he's saying. They scored on the first 4 possessions. Of course they did, because Jalen extended the plays. It was Jalen that was making the sticks move, not the play calling. I completely disagree with this. And again, folks, he'll see the game differently than me. He sees the game from sitting in his chair. I see the game with my hand in the dirt. It's okay. 2 different views. I'm not like Ryan Clark. I don't think his views, if he saw it that way, so be it. I see it differently. I see it more like Vic does. And Vic echoed everything I said yesterday about how the defense played. You guys didn't like it. You're coming up with guys like Great Cosell and all these other guys. I speak like Vic. You don't like it? It's okay. You have a right to your opinions as well. Brown has plenty of time for games to go his way. Dallas bracketing Brown and a good game plan to neutralize him. I think that's true, Twiz. I do. Okay? Right? I played line 2, Sills, but they obviously were loaded the box. Okay? They stopped the run. They did a great job. As a matter of fact, the last 2 teams that have played against the Eagles have stopped the run. I still think they got 138 yards. You're up near there. You're okay. I think it was like 138, 28, something like that. That's not awful. Anything north of 120, you're in the good zone. Like 120 to 155, 160, you're doing a great job running the ball. You get anything over 150, you're exceptional. If Brown was double teamed, then Smitty should have been open more. He only had 3 targets. Or was it 4? 3 or 4? I don't remember. I think the total for both of them were 4. So again, listen, I went back last night and I'm watching the Eagle game. I watched the Eagle game from beginning to the very end. And my takeaways again were, I thought the situational play calling was horseshit. And anybody who says that Kevin Petula had a good game because they scored wasn't watching Hurts. You saw Hurts bring the ball down and extend it by taking off. Kevin Petula didn't call that. Hey, Jalen, take off, fake it that you're passing, and then take off. Why am I faking it when I've got a $36 million receiver down the field? As a matter of fact, I thought Hurts played kind of like Josh Allen did. I thought he did. Dude, I am not on Hurts. He had the most time of any quarterback in spades on Sunday. AJ's taking plays off. They're doubling him. He got frustrated. AJ took plays off, got frustrated, and Hurts said, I have to make shit happen. And went to Dotson and Goddard. That is what exactly happened in that game. Hurts went, I'm not tolerating this. Okay, they're doubling him. He's taking plays off. Dotson is working his ass off. It's a mismatch in the secondary. I watched this game last night for 3 hours. That's what I saw. I mean, that's why we asked the question here. I know you guys thought because I said that Hurts had the most time to throw the ball. You think I was going to take a shit on him? I'm taking a shit on A.J. Brown. Kevin Petula's play calling. It's game one. And get this. Who said that? Sileo watches film? I don't know. I've probably watched 15,000 reels of film in my life. How about you? Situational play calling was atrocious by Petulo. My 24 and 21-year-old son were saying it all game long with myself. Dallas kept Hurts from running, and we couldn't do anything. Dude, don't talk trading. That's not what this is. This is not what this is. AJ shouldn't be traded. That's what you're getting to. That's what AJ should not be traded. No. AJ does this every year. He'll get his targets, which means you think he'll get his shit together. I'll tell you what, he's not going to go through another year like that unless they win a Super Bowl. The only thing that kept his mouth shut a year ago was the trophy. Here's why they docked him in pay. Goddard's hurt again. Can't build a game plan around a guy who's always in the tub. What a damn shame. What a damn shame. It's too bad. When you're one of the top 5 tight ends in football and you just can't stay healthy and you miss 25% of your career because you're just injured. Let's say it. He's injury prone. I'm done. Hey, no wonder the Eagles want to move on. I mean, it's time. This is Goddard's hurt again. Dude, he was a main part of why the Eagles won that football game against the Cowboys because Jalen found him. And they didn't address it in the draft. I'll tell you this. I'm sorry. I disagree with all of you. Howie, personnel-wise, Howie had a shitty offseason. Apparently, Goddard has a knee sprain. Thank God. Get this. Thank God. Because if the other end of it is a knee sprain, I might be able to tough it out and go through it depending on the grain and the degree of if it's a 1 or 2 or 3 sprain, then we'll see here. But you can recover from this. It's the next thing's a tear. ESPN reported it. Of course they did. Local guys won't. Because the Eagles don't tell you shit that is relevant. They give you shit that's not relevant. Get this. Have you ever seen an organization not give the local people the heads up first? Versus people who go out there, break their back like John McMullen every day, go out there, cover the team. And the first people they go to are the ESPN guys. That's so disrespectful. It's called controlling the mob. So sad. No, I think it's the same. I mean, Goddard's hurt again. You got a wide receiver who's like taking plays off. The only guy who showed up to that game offensively was Jahan Dotson or Jalen Hurts. Lane, Cam, Steen to some extent. Landon tried to play through it. Dude, keep Landon out of there. It's only going to get worse. How many people think Landon's going to get better playing injured? The Eagles receivers excel after the catch and downfield, yet he calls nonstop short curl routes and dives into stacked boxes. Bad play. Dude, amen, James. You watch the same game That's exactly what I took away. We're sitting there watching that offense last night, and we're going the same thing. And A.J. Brown got frustrated on double teams the same way Jalen Carter gets same way Jalen Carter gets double teamed, he gets frustrated. Now, it's week 1. I get it. Get this. We are overreacting. Nobody's overreacting, dude. We are fucking talking about game 1, and you're not hearing the last 5%. It's week 1. Shut the hell up, guy. Goddard is made of glass. Ridiculous, Sills. Hey. Dude, I used to think that next year, hey, here's your first 2 picks in the NFL draft. Your first 2 picks are a corner and a tight end. Flat out. Who's ever best? Get me a corner in the second? Sure. Get me a tight end in the first? Sure. You need a tight end and you need a running back. And by the way, you need a tight end that's versatile. And finding that guy like Gronk is impossible. Let me tell you how impossible it is. Gronk wasn't that great at Arizona. As a matter of fact, the senior year was horseshit. Finding that dude, they're impossible to find. Very few guys are like Brock Bowers, where you see it immediately and you know, dude, Brock Bowers in the Eagle offense, he'd have 1,500 yards. He'd be unstoppable. Geez, Goddard breaks a nail and he's out 3 weeks. Can this guy not play through some pain? Jurgens and Dickerson play through a game and barely are walking. Look, I gave up on Goddard a year ago. He's not reliable. What the fuck do you want us to do? Speak up then. Okay, I'll tell you that. What's next? Tell you what, man, the Super Bowl stuff from a year ago, I don't know. Howie didn't have a good offseason. I don't know. Why can't people say that? Why are they so glazed over? Look at the fucking moves he made today. Look at the moves he made yesterday. I've been saying the whole time to you, this offseason, so has John McMullen been saying it. This has not been a collection of good players you've added. This has been just dudes. There's not one guy you added that is decent. Bennett's not ready? Bennett's not ready? Really? He's been on the team 2 months. And you're going to start Adoree Jackson? He's horrible. That guy's horrible. Lisa Ann takes more of a beating. and I don't get hurt. Boy, you love that Lisa Ann there, my friend. Dude, am I right? Hey, Kyle, has Howie made more moves in the last month and a half than he made in the last 9 months to add players to the team to try to replace all those players who I said you wouldn't be able to replace? Dude, I don't want to hit 1,000 on this stuff here. But you ain't replacing these guys. I haven't seen yet. I love when Vic comes out like he did yesterday, completely validates what I've been saying. I want Howie on the phone trying to get Payne Durham from Tampa. Dude has reliable hands and can block. He's just buried behind Otten. Otten's turning out to be a pretty decent tight end. That's a good call there on this kid Durham. They like Durham too. They want to go 2 tight end set down there a little bit with Josh Grizzard because they did 2 tight end set in Miami a little bit. So I don't know if they'd be willing to give the guy up. You're nowhere close to batting close to that Sills stuff. Really? You ain't replaced anybody yet. Moro Jomo was okay. Okay? Sidney Brown and Makuba haven't replaced Gardner Johnson. Not by a long shot. The corner's a train wreck. I mean, what are you talking about? You have 7 fucking edge rushers on your team, and you played 4 of them. 7 edge rushers to try to replace Josh Sweat. 7. You tried to make a move for Micah Parsons. What does that tell you? Or are you going to go, that's 7 edge rushers. 7. Right now on your team. And none of them are worth a shit except Hunt and Nolan Smith. Those other guys are dudes. Get this. Look at this here. Why does this guy have a problem with every time Howie's trying to upgrade? Because he's not upgraded it this year. A year ago, he was hitting grand slams. Right now, he is not. That's not an opinion. Look at his actions. It's not an opinion. Hey, I'm not criticizing him for trying to make the moves. I'm criticizing him for making the moves this late. They couldn't evaluate the players because they don't use preseason. They use the organized team practices and the practices, and they missed on their evaluations. On Keely Ringo, on Eli Ricks. Pick one. Clearly on Jalix Hunt. They've got 7 edge rushers because they don't believe Hunt will be able to hold up and that he's not going to be productive as they think. That's not a Nolan Smith. Well, it could be because they may believe Nolan Smith can't last 17 games. Once again, I see certain people posting, it's week 1. I'm not telling you anything dumb. Are you not watching the game? Are you not watching your GM's actions? Don't get pissed off because I'm calling out what I'm seeing here. And you know what? And if you want to read it a different way, that's a you thing. I don't see it that way. Dan, that's a bad take because it's going in. Once again, you're not listening to me. I'm talking about what you did in week 1 because that's all I had. However, I put the asterisk on it by saying it's week 1. You don't want to finish the conversation then. It doesn't have to be perfect, Sills. It's good. Yes. 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 I'm not bitching at him for that. I am not bitching at Roseman for doing that. That's not what this is. But he misevaluated. Dude, you have more edge rushers than wide receivers on your team. You have almost as many edge rushers as you have O-linemen on your team. Do you think that's weird? I've never heard of a thing. This is a result when you continuously shop at the 99-cent store. Well, wait a minute. Remember what I said? 23 was a train wreck because they had the conveyor belt out. This is why we have questions. And a year ago, Becton, Bond, Barkley won you the Super Bowl. And that free agency class you have, there ain't no Becton, there ain't no Barkley, and there ain't no Bond. That's the critical error there. And you're trying to replace star players that had an impact on the number one rank. Listen, I'll tell you what, anybody who says this, Milton Williams and Josh Sweat are not superstar players, I'll tell you what, on the Eagles they are. You're looking to replace 4 players for one guy in Josh Sweat. You're using 2 players at safety to replace Gardner Johnson. I don't know what you're doing at corner to replace Slay. You're using 3 players, maybe with Cooper there, to replace Slay. 3 players. You're using 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 players to try to replace 3 players. You tell me. And those are the facts. I'm not making that up. Look at your roster and your co-starters. Let me tell you the only thing that's coming out of this offseason so far is Campbell. Campbell looks like somebody. And he looks like somebody who's going to be an impact guy. So that's 2 drafts. There could be impact there. Makuba, there's things there you like. Again, I'm not going to kill a rookie kid because he's going to learn with bumps and bruises through the ways of being able to learn how to see the NFL game. He's got a long way to go in seeing things. This guy hasn't played a month of football yet in the NFL. I'm not on his ass. But when I see a game tape and I watch a game and then I hear people play, well, I think this guy played. Nobody played great. And dude, there's 4 quarters in a football game. You guys consistently dissect, well, he played good for a half. Okay, when you do it, I see. I look at 60 minutes of ball. Okay? Our defense is good enough to win. I don't believe it is. I think it's good enough to keep you in it. Oh, good enough to win? Yeah. That depends on the offense. Offense has got to do more this year. That's my comments about AJ taking plays off and Petula's first week of play calling. They were both underwhelming. Hurts was great. The more I watched Jalen play in that game, the more I thought he played even better. It was Josh Allen-ish. Like, he did what he had to do to win the game. AJ's being double covered and taking plays off. They're covering Smitty, so I'm going to Jahan Dotson. And he did. It's not a rip on him. We've been through this before with Brian Johnson at 23 when shopping for a new OC in-house. It's early, but you'd think we'd learn from the last mistake. Seems like Howie relies on luck more. No. There's too much winning for it to be luck. No. I don't. I think what he did was, you tell me, Mikey, I think this year he shopped off the bottom shelf and was praying. And again, this is ego. I think Howie's ego got the best of him because he thought he was going to work that magic wand on Uche and Ojulari and Jackson and some of these other guys, and they're flops. Sills, how long do we have to wait for Dean? I'll tell you, I don't know. Probably midway. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with Dean if Campbell continues to improve. Okay? Get this. He's impressed with Davis because he played more snaps. Okay? The Cowboys moved the ball at will. Oh, okay. Congratulations. You played more snaps. Why did he play more snaps? And then the D coordinator even says, we couldn't have done that last year. Okay. Congratulations, I guess. The new NFL formula is high-powered offense and a young, talented defense. It's an offensive league for sure. Who, when they signed at the time, has a huge projected upgrade? Gardner Johnson is the only one. So wait a minute. Who, when they signed at the time, was a huge projected upgrade? No. You guys said you were going to replace Milton and wouldn't be a problem. You guys were the ones that said Josh Sweat wasn't going to be because they weren't all that great. You're using 9 guys to replace those 3 positions. You think that's weird or no? Gardner Johnson, you got 2 guys in Makuba and Sidney Brown. Vic said it yesterday. One was going to be in base, one's going to be in nickel or dime. You got 7 edge rushers right now. I don't know. You played in the Super Bowl with 3. You had 3 in the Super Bowl, you had a rotation of 3 dudes. Now you got 7. No, you're right. That sounds okay. I mean, you have 4 more guys at edge. How funny is that? You had 3 rotating guys at edge rusher that won the Super Bowl and put Mahomes on his head. And now you've got 7 on the roster. Do you use Dean for trade value? Why in the world would I trade for a guy that's never healthy? Why would I do that? What do you want, a 5th rounder for him? 6th rounder? Okay, I mean, what are you thinking you're getting for him? Hey, Kyle, what would you think you get for Nakobe Dean on a trade? A bag of Skittles? Sills, he's a good player. I know he is. He's like training for Goddard right now. Dallas Goedert is never getting a gigantic contract. If I were him, I'd re-sign with the Eagles. You ain't getting big money in the open market. Him taking a pay cut? No one. By the way, wait, I'll take it back. Howie was right in getting a pay cut from Goddard. Hey, no disrespect here, and I know, he's a player and all that, and I get it. Howie was right here. I'm not paying a guy $14 million who's always hurt. This is not happening. I am not paying him. So, assuming Dean went back and healthy, if he can play good, would you run a 50? I'd run a 43, but everyone's vetoed me in here. You'd rather play shitty safeties than having your 3 best linebackers on the field. I don't get that. Dean, Campbell, and Bond versus Makuba and Brown and Reed. Who's a better threesome? Reed, Makuba, and Sidney Brown, or Bond, Dean, and Campbell? I think it's simple. But hey, that's just me. Let's play the shittier guys. Okay. I guess. Get this. Okay. I noticed they were double teaming Davis on run plays and running to Jomo's side when he wasn't double teamed. He was applying pressure. Hey, Prince, I didn't say he played bad. I just thought that the defensive line in general, they got knocked off the football. Cowboys had 120 yards rushing by guys I never heard of. If anybody thinks Dallas has a run game, bro, Dallas might not have that amount of yards in the next 4 games. running the ball. I couldn't tell you who their – I'm not kidding you. I couldn't tell you who their running back is right now. I couldn't tell you. By the way, did Gabe Hall get cut? Did they cut Gabe Hall? Let me see something here. Did they cut him? So let me ask you this. So you cut Gabe Hall. I think they signed a guy to the practice squad. So if Carter or Davis goes down, you lost Booker. Young's the next guy up. I mean, and you have 7 edge rushers on the roster? Yeah, I mean, listen, I know you guys glaze your boy Howie Rose. I mean, and the dude played. He wasn't terrible. You got a guy in Ty Robinson who's not ready to play. I mean, I don't get the move. It's not more so, yeah, this is my take. This guy wasn't spectacular, but he's a solid dude that knows the scheme. I'm light at defensive tackle as it is. Let me go over here and take a look at his depth chart. I mean, I don't get this. I mean, I'm talking about bodies. Okay, guys? I'm talking about bodies now. I'm not talking in essence of, hey, this guy's great, that guy's good. I'm talking just bodies. So let me go here. Here's the depth chart. Ty Robinson's now second team. Young's behind Ajomo. And get this. If you go down, you don't have any 13 defensive interior linemen right now. You have Davis, Carter, Moro Jomo, Ty Robinson, and Young. Your edge rushers are Ojulari. What's that guy? Obo? Zadarius Smith, Hunt, Uche, and Patrick Johnson. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You got 7 edge rushers. And you have interior-wise, you have 4 interior defensive tackles, 3 interior defensive tackles, and 2 backups. Why? Ty must be ready? That's not what I saw in camp. I heard him complaining about being blocked and learning how to play the system, learning how to play in the system. I don't know. Maybe he is. Sills is running 3 linebackers. Is it really that simple? The secondary is already weak. Well, wait a minute. Let me ask you this. Okay, Bob, follow me here. If you played a 43, here's how it would look. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. All right. It'd be Smith. It'd be Carter. It'd be Davis. And it would be Smith. Zadarius Smith. That's not bad. Your middle linebackers would be Bond, Campbell, and Dean. That's your front 7? Dean, Bond, Campbell, Smith, Carter, Davis, Smith, Zadarius Smith. Okay. Your corner would be Q, Your safety would be Reed. Your other safety would be Coop in the middle of the field. And the only glaring weakness you would have is that corner. If you stay in the system you're at now, you're keeping one of your better players off the field. You got weaknesses then because you're putting Coop back in the slot at safety and corner still. You create two problems running the VIX too high right now versus a 43 where you have one glaring weakness. That's the right cornerback too. I mean, I'm adding it up. You know, you don't run a defense just to run a defense. You run the defense to the personnel you have on the field and in your roster. That's seeming to be the problem here. There's not the players to play Vic's scheme. You have more weaknesses in Vic's scheme right now because of the lack of players than you do if you run a 43 because your linebackers, one of your better, Sidney Brown on the field versus Nakobe Dean? No, thank you. How am I wrong? How am I wrong when I just laid it out? In a 43, you're putting a better player on. You're putting Cooper at the safety position, and the only glaring weakness is at right CB2. Under Vic's system, the safety and the corner are problems. What do you mean I'm wrong? Cooper's not playing corner 2. Get that out of your head. They are not putting him outside. Or they would have. After week 1, if you're watching that game film of Adoree Jackson and you're going back to him versus Patrick Mahomes, you are never going to move him there. You've got Patrick Mahomes this weekend. And you're keeping Adoree. You don't think Mahomes is going to find the safety position and the corner position this weekend? Kansas City is shot, you say. Your safety and your corner stink. And it's Mahomes. Well, they don't have really high, super-powered wide receivers on that team. You don't have any players at safety and corner. End of story. You think you're better than what you are. That's not Mahomes. And he scored at will in the first half. What are you talking about? I am not going to Prince with that. I didn't watch the game. No, Prince, you saw the game differently. Prince, I don't see football like you. Get that through your fucking head. Okay? The things you say will never line up with mine. That's a you thing. Okay? You see the game completely different than me. Okay? Right? Cooper DeJean is not playing corner 2. Vic said it. Sills, we're on the same page. This is a perfect recipe for the Chiefs to get a right game. That's why I got us getting blown out. No. I don't believe that pump. No. The Eagles don't get blown out, dude. They're too good on that side of the ball. They're too good on the offensive side, I think. And the quarterback, listen, there is no doubt watching the game again that the quarterback has a great propensity to see the game. I'll say this to you about Jalen. Thank God that guy's as smart as he is. And he does in-game adjustments better than any coordinator you have ever had here. Jalen Hurts is the coordinator of that football team. It ain't Kevin Patullo anymore. Based off of game 1, that was all Jalen. 90% of those plays that were run, Jalen Hurts ran them. Not that dude on the sidelines. There is no way. In the running alone, just in the improvising, he saved the game. So let me get this right. That graph that I posted on my Twitter account showed you Hurts, they were double teamed. Get this. Let me show you how smart Jalen Hurts was. If you see this graph, Hurts had all day. Aaron Rodgers had the least amount of time of any quarterback, and he was sensational. Why? That's the talent level when it comes to quarterbacking and learning and knowing. Aaron Rodgers doesn't need a lot of time. He's just that dude. Hurts had all day. What happened? They doubled. I don't know why Smitty couldn't get open. And they had 4 targets. Hurts went like this. Guy's taking plays off. He's getting doubled. A.J. Brown got frustrated to a point where it cost him. That wasn't Jalen. I thought it was Jalen not finding him. It's A.J. Brown. He got frustrated. He got pissed off. He stopped playing. And Jalen had to adjust on the fly with his wheels and with Dotson and Goddard. That's what happened in that ball game. Hurts pulled that fucking game out because people were pouting. Because they were being doubled. Watch the fucking game. Watch it. You'll see it. Hurts pulled that shit out. No. It was evident. Okay? Get this. I don't tune into Sills every day, but every time I do, he's bitching and dogging someone. Dude went from tough DT to acting like, wait a minute. Let me ask you something here. Hey, douchebag. I'm giving your quarterback so much love for going out and playing his ass off in a game where a guy was bitching and moaning and crying and taking plays off. Hey, fuck A.J. Brown. Get up there and play your ass off. You're being paid $36 million, guy. You have a Super Bowl ring. Act like it. Bitching. You're damn right I'm bitching. I'm bitching at a guy who took plays off and the quarterback was out there. He had all day to find him. Nope, I'm getting doubled. And I'm going to take a couple plays off. Hey, bro, this show ain't for you. Go back to one of them asshole shows where you can sit around there and kiss each other's ass. What does Kevin Patullo do? Nothing. Okay? Like Buddy doesn't even script plays. Dude, scripting plays and doing the first 25, you can't do that with Hurts. I'm not scripting plays for Jalen Hurts. I'm telling Jalen Hurts, I want the decision-making to be made with him. Jalen, here's the play. I want to give Hurts options. That's the kind of play calling I want. Hey, you want to run it? Go run it. Xander said something interesting about Hurts' running ability. Okay? You know what he said? He's getting hit less. Shit. Okay. Well, I'm going to do more of those plays. I'd rather have Jalen Hurts in open space than in the pocket. I think he's going to get killed in the pocket. You put him in open space, he's got more control of his destiny. He can get down. Phil Simms said that here. That's right, Ray. Hurts creates options for a play caller because of his wheels. That's, you know what too, James? This is what Jaden Daniels does. That's what Josh Allen does. Those guys create options with their wheels. Okay? Hurt doesn't even know he has receivers. I didn't see the game like that. I didn't see that. I think it was more A.J. Brown. Mikey, I saw right away when A.J. was leaving the huddle early with a pissed off look on his face. I can't believe you spotted that, Mikey. There were 3 other instances of that. When the play wasn't going to him, he left the huddle before the huddle was snapped. He was clearly having a bitch out there. I asked you at the beginning of the last hour, is there an A.J. Brown problem? It's starting. Mikey, that's a great pull. I saw it 3 other times that he would just take off and he would, if the play wasn't coming to him, before Jalen snapped the huddle or broke the huddle, AJ's out because he knows the ball's not coming to him. I can't believe you saw that. I watched that. I pointed it out. I go, look at that. You know what you do? You're tipping off. Hey, Mikey. Mikey, ask yourself this. Well, Prince, you're never going to see shit like that because that's not how you see the game. Hey, Mikey, ask yourself this. When you leave the huddle early and the defensive back sees that, you automatically know the play's not coming play side to him. You're tipping your hand. Okay? Hey, aren't you tipping your hand? Mikey, aren't you tipping your hand when you leave the huddle early because you know that wide receiver's not getting the ball? The entire secondary knows where the ball's going. That's why there were 4 targets. They knew where it was going. Hurts went like this. Fuck that. I'm going to Dotson. I'm going to Cotter. You think there's any coincidence? Now, the Devontae's thing, I don't get. I'm still got to figure that one out. I don't know why Devontae couldn't. Yes, it's super obvious, especially with the body language. Yeah, you saw him go. Again, Eagle fans are not going to see that. But if you go back and watch it, you watch how many times he leaves the huddle. Before Jalen breaks the huddle, watch how many times he does it. That's a defensive player looks for little tips like that. That's a tip-off on where the play was going. No wonder they had a great night in the secondary. Jalen Hurts can put up 150 yards only in a game and have more impact. Yeah. Because those 150 yards that he puts up, in my opinion, those are all critical yardage plays. You're right. You are dead right. I'm going to tell you this, man. Hurts played better than I thought. Like, if I had to do my poll all over again, I'd probably put Jalen third behind Aaron Rodgers and Allen on quarterbacks that played great this past weekend. I'd probably put Jalen third. He was smart as hell in that game. He saw the pouting. He saw the guy. Man, AJ starting his bullshit week 1. Now it's week 1. Hey, did you see the new news coming out too today? It's going to be a priority to get AJ more targets. I don't want to hear that. I want Jalen Hurts to decide that. I don't want you telling me that on a Wednesday. Why in the world are you telling me that on a Wednesday that A.J. Brown needs more targets? Is that for A.J. Brown? Now, if that's the case, okay. All right? By the way, you don't have to see anybody's face to watch a guy leave the huddle early. What a dumbass. Bro, seriously, you watch the game differently than I do. It's expected. You and I will never see the game the same. Get over yourself. Okay? Get over yourself. Hurts and Kevin Patullo. So get this. Jalen had more time. That list that I had, it's mind-numbing how much time he had. Dude, Quinn Ewers would have thrown passes with that time. But when you got guys double teamed and you got guys that sometimes not engaged, you've got to you've got to adjust and you got to adapt, and he did. Dude, I can't believe some of you in here. I'm not ripping anybody here that didn't help you win the game. I'm not killing Jalen. What are you moaning about? A diva wide receiver acting like an asshole? A play caller that had issues in the game? The quarterback bailed the play caller out? The quarterback bailed that play caller out. He bailed him out. It's okay. It's Kevin Patullo's first game. What's the rip? What are you upset about? This is the first time I'm giving your boy credit. Now you don't like it? Get this. I'm getting personal by saying, Prince, you see the game differently than me. If that's too personal for you, I can't help you, kid. That's not a personal comment. Personal comment's calling you a fucking asshole. That's personal. Here's non-personal. You see the game differently than me. Get over yourself. That's not personal. Personal is attacking somebody and going, you are a fucking asshole. Saying this to people, you see the game differently than me. That's not personal, my friends. I don't know what else to tell you. Mikey, before I go to Xander here, I watched the game like a coach, Sills. That's why I can't sit down. I pace around back and forth, criticizing bad calls. And when I saw that AJ was leaving the huddle early, I knew this was going to be a Jalen game. It's a great take. You're dead on. You are dead on, dude. Go back and watch that game. You get more an appreciation. Okay? You'll get more of an appreciation for Hurts' play in that ball game. Okay? Absolutely. He was so smart in that game. He thought that game out. Okay? Just great. What the F is AJ's problem? Listen, listen, you know what? I want to back this up and do this. Dude, I don't think AJ doesn't want to win. He wants to win his way. Like every player in the league. They want to win and they want the game to go through them. That you want that in your players. You want that in your players. Okay? And one more time here. Guys, this is not personal. Some of you see the game different. I don't see it like that. And guess what? You're not going to listen, I was in that game from the time I was a kid till the time I was 33 years old. I'm always going to see the game. That doesn't mean you don't have a right to an opinion. You do. But that's not going to change how I see the ball game. All right. Here, I'm gonna ask you something here before we bring Xander up. This is where I'm going to disagree with Nick Sirianni today. So Nick Sirianni tells me all about his freaking culture all the time and how great it is. But the first time that gets questioned by a Philadelphia reporter, today, what does he do? We're going to keep all that in-house. Hey, Nick, okay, well, how are you going to address your culture and protect your culture that you have? Well, we're going to keep that in-house. You know, the Eagles don't have a problem putting out on their social media platforms how great their culture and their building is. They promote it all the time. They talk about it all the time. But when it gets questioned for the first time, guess what they do? They hide behind, well, we're going to keep everything in-house. I mean, which is it? Do you love your culture? Is your culture something that you're proud of? And by the way, should the Eagles do something about that culture? Should they add another thing? Now, look, I'm not a proponent of suspending a kid another game or keeping him out of that Kansas City game. No fucking way. But don't talk to me about your culture. And then when three Philadelphia media people asked consecutively, well, Vic, Nick, no, we're going to keep all that in-house. No, we're going to keep that all in-house. Well, so shouldn't they keep that in-house? Dude, I think you should keep everything in your house. Not the things you pick and choose. It looks dumb. It looks phony. And it looks contrived. My boy Mike Tomlin's not going to sit there and go, well, we're going to keep everything. I never heard Mike Tomlin keep anything in-house. I guess it's just a different way of doing business. All right. I had a chart on my social media, my X account. Hurts had the ball more than any quarterback in week 1. Nobody was close. Nobody was close. Rodgers had the worst day of that, and he was sensational. Okay? Jalen Hurts bailed that coordinator and that team out for a pouting receiver. I don't know what the deal with Devontae was, but the kid, the quarterback, he won that game in spite of his guy. This is kudos to Jalen. All right. So here, we're going to ask, let's do this. Great stuff going on Birds 365. Make sure you guys end up going there each and every single morning. Without further ado, my boy, Big Z, Xander Kraus.
What up, Big Sills? How you doing, brother?
How you doing, man? I mean,
I'm all right, Sills. I've been better, man. I just saw one of the nastiest things I've ever seen in my life on social media that happened today. I don't really have words for it. You know who Charlie Kirk is, Sills?
Yeah, I do.
The political commentator?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was assassinated about an hour ago. Yeah, at his event. Yeah, he took a gunshot to the neck. I never seen anything like that video. I'm a little bit sick to my stomach, so if I'm off my game a little bit, it's because I just watched that thing.
Charlie Kirk got assassinated?
It hasn't been confirmed that he's been killed yet, but it's going to take an act of God for him to be alive. There's no doubt. Bullet right in the neck, started gushing blood. Insane. Just fucking insane, man. I don't know what our world is coming to, but
I guess you can't have an opinion in life.
You can't have an opinion in life. It's insane. It makes me think about so many different things, you know, especially as someone who does content. Now, not that we're doing something as consequential, but absolutely horrid. And I'm praying for him. I'm praying for his wife, and I'm praying for his 2 young children, both of whom are, 3-4 years old. One of them is a baby. So absolutely terrible, man. I'm sorry. I'm a little shook by it. I'm not gonna lie to you, man. It's horrible, Sileo. When you see it after your show, it's horrible. Horrible. Shocked to my core.
I know the guy.
Yeah, it's fucked up.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's not good.
Not good. My God. Bro.
Yeah.
This puts life in context there. I mean, he's a political activist, and you have an opinion like that. Man, I'll tell you, Xander, I'm so happy I do sports.
Yeah,
because, this really puts it into really perspective here a little bit, saying something like that. I've never seen anything like that. And God forbid, man, we live in a society where if you have an opinion like that, man, no matter what it is. By the way, I'm not picking one side or the
No,
other.
it has nothing to do with
It
politics.
has nothing to do with that.
It's just insane. It's insane. But yeah, awful.
Let me ask you, dude, before we get going, the Gabe Hall.
Yeah, I didn't get that. I mean, why cut a guy 24 years old who played in the football game versus a 30-year-old oboe who didn't play in the football game, and you have an influx of edge rushers with Zadarius Smith? Doesn't make much sense, but I will say this. Gabe Hall had a really bad game in week 1. He was rated worse. He was graded worse than Adoree Jackson.
Okay, maybe
he was
that's
the only
why.
person on the Eagles defense graded worse than Adoree Jackson. So he had a really bad game, and maybe the Eagles were just like, all right, we're going to go and find a guy on a practice squad or somebody that can do a better job than him. I don't know. Maybe they're out on him, but yeah, I didn't really understand that one.
Do you understand where I'm coming from with Nick today when those reporters were asking him a question? Look, I get it. He wants to keep it in-house. I get that. You should keep the conversation in-house. But here's my problem. You know, they glorify their content all the time about their culture. They talk about their culture all the time, Xander. All the time they talk about it. And when the first time it gets rattled and shaken, somebody in the Philadelphia media, 3 people ask the question. Nick then turns around and hides behind, well, we're going to keep all that in-house. I don't think that's an answer, man. To me, I'm like, look, dude, you crow about how players, and how are you defending that culture? You think finding him $57,000 is going to deter that? You're crazy. He's not. That guy is built that way. You kind of want him to be built that way. Okay? It's about reining him in. Now, know this. I'm not talking about suspending him another game like Angelo. I don't subscribe to that, and I never will. That's not my game. But I thought that was a bullshit answer by Nick. I mean, you're constantly telling how great it is. And then when you get confronted by it, you can't address it? Okay.
But well, I don't have a problem with your perspective on it, but I don't see it exactly the same way. I'm looking more at the fruits of the labor. I mean, I want to know what the fruits of that culture are more than what you tell me it is at the press conference. And so far, the Eagles have had a really good culture in this organization since Nick's been in the room. They've gone to 2 Super Bowls. I mean, they have had their issues. You're not wrong. But shit, every team's got their issues. I mean, Andy Reid's got issues with his play. A lot of that happens. So I don't have any problem with them keeping it away from the media. I mean, you know, Sills, we do a talk show, and it would help if he said something about it. But at the end of the day, I don't think you gain anything specifically as the head coach of that football team by talking to snakes in the media. And I'm not saying you. I'm just saying there are people out there that I don't have a problem with Nick Sirianni saying everything is going to be handled in-house. And to be honest, I don't give a rat's ass who says what about it because you're not in control of the situation. So that's the way I kind of saw it. Now, I hear what you're saying where he does publicly preach about the culture. And then when you get publicly asked about it, you shy away or you go, you keep it in-house. But
the reporters pressed him at least.
A little bit. But I mean,
there were 3 follow-up questions.
Remember, I'm also used to Saban, and I'm also used to Belichick. You know, they kept everything away from the media. You know,
everything.
Like they truly saw them as, man, there's nothing good to come from that.
That's right.
So I think there's some of that to be said about the way Nick handled it. I don't really have an issue with it. The thing I'll say is if it's not reined in, if it's not under control, if you start to see more instances of immaturity and things like this happening on the field, well, then I think you have a lot of credence to what you're saying. And okay, it wasn't addressed properly the right way. But until that happens, I got no problem with
What
Nick
if it happens again this year?
If it happens again, I think you're right. Then I think you're right. I mean,
okay.
Yeah.
Let's follow up because it's week 1. Yeah. You know what? I made this comment and you tell me. So I went back and watched the tape with Jalen Hurts. I'll tell you what, man, if I had to do my quarterback list of my top 10 quarterbacks, I might put Jalen 3rd now because of what I witnessed. I witnessed A.J. Brown leaving the huddle before Jalen snapped or broke the huddle. I saw him, like to your point, taking plays off. He was doubled. He got frustrated. Hurts improvised and did a lot. Did you see that stat? That Jalen Hurts had more time in the pocket in week 1 than any other quarterback in spades. In spades. So he was being double teamed. I don't know what happened with Devontae, but Hurts did what he had to do. He found Goddard. He found Jahan Dotson. He was able to win game and improvise. Either it's an A.J. Brown problem, it's a Kevin Patullo problem, it's both. It ain't a Hurts problem unless you want to go there. I mean, it's week 1. I get it. It's week 1. But already I'm starting to see signs of A.J. Brown not following and playing along. Let me tell you, when you do that, when you break the huddle quick, you know what you're doing? You're tipping your hand to the defensive backs that the play's not coming to you. And so you're tipping your hand. You're making it easier for the secondary to cover you when he was frustrated and the plays weren't coming to him. Okay. How do you read that? Maybe I'm reading it wrong here.
Well, I don't think he had a lot of time to throw. I think that's part of having the Eagles offensive line. I told you yesterday, I didn't think AJ looked the same as he normally looks out there. Now, I don't know what, I don't know who to put that on more, maybe it is more of a Patullo thing. I think a lot of people have talked about the routes concepts and some of those things, but I think you got to be players first and you got to be consistent with that. So some of it could be on Jalen a little bit, but my problem with that is Jalen always makes up for it in other ways. Like, he does things that other quarterbacks never will do. So to sit here and say, hey, he missed a guy, like, what does that mean? He also picked up a lot of first downs when nobody was open, that most quarterbacks wouldn't have gotten. So it's tough to justify, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to think of it other than I'm going to let it play out a little bit more, Sills, because I don't think week 1 is going to be the way they win every football game. But I do think you're right from a sense of if you have a lot of time to throw, it's either you not getting the ball to them or they weren't open,
right?
Or probably Patullo, who didn't really give them a good route concept to even create space for them.
I'm more apt to give AJ the benefit than I am Patullo the benefit from the fact that guy's the first time game he ever called. Now, listen. You're right. I reel it back in all the time by putting this asterisk there, Xander, by saying, hey, look, it's week 1, but you now have Steve Spagnuolo this week. You don't think Steve Spagnuolo is going to put up the same fucking game plan that he put up in the Super Bowl?
No.
That's not going to happen, right?
No, I don't think so. I don't think he puts up the same game plan. In fact, I think Eberflus's game plan last week was better, because the other thing about the receivers there is there was a lot of brackets on AJ, and they did do a good job at mitigating the receivers. And they where Eberflus messed up was he forgot Jalen Hurts could run. Right. It's like, hey, that guy can take off. So, I think Spags will probably go that way with maybe, I don't know, keep a spy on him, whenever you do that. But the man seemed to work, and the brackets that they ran seemed to work. I mean, they obviously mitigated the 2 receivers and Saquon, so, hey, I don't want to say Jerry was right, but Dallas had a pretty good run defense in that game, outside of Jalen Hurts, who kind of gashed them. So going to be interesting to see what Spags actually does this week, Seals. I think that's one of the best talking points coming into the game.
Are you done expecting the passing game to elevate?
No, I'm not done expecting it to elevate, but I do think it will fluctuate, and I don't think it's ever going to become some sort of prominent passing game like other teams, and I have zero problem with that. Other people have problems with that. I have zero problems with that. The team wins the way they win. They're built the way they're built. They've doubled down on that. I mean, when you pay Jalen Hurts and when you pay the offensive line and when you pay Saquon Barkley, you're embracing what makes you a great football team. Now, maybe it's a little bit different than what they expected when they paid A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, but those guys, you got to understand that, it's a heavy price to pay, but those guys also help the offense run this way too, because you can't take just because they're not as prominent or they don't get as many yards as Justin Jefferson or some of the other guys. If you take your eye off them for 1 second, the Super Bowl happens, and then you got 40 on the board. You know what I mean? And it's almost worse that way because when you have a high-powered passing offense, which the Eagles have shown they're capable of, in small spurts, it's almost worse that way. So I don't know what they're going to end up doing with that. It's going to be interesting to see, but I think the Eagles offense is going to continue to be what we've seen from it, and they're going to take what's given to them. And it's going to be interesting to see what coordinators use to take away.
Do you know what could happen this weekend? Do you know what can happen this weekend?
Eagles could stomp the Chiefs into oblivion.
Add one more context to that. End it.
You think so? Too early for me to say that.
No. Oh, bro, if you blow them out again, back-to-back games, and you crush them, and they got
they'll be 0-2, and they'll
still be
0-2.
Hang on. They're 0-2. They lose to a divisional opponent. Then they get annihilated again by the Super Bowl team that beat the hell out of them. Where do you think they're going 0-2?
Yeah, it's going to be tough. I mean, they don't have many receivers. They got that. I don't know how any update on that Worthy guy? How long is he out?
No, he's out another game. He ain't playing.
I know he's not playing this week, but how long will he be out?
I don't know how long he's out, but by the way, Xavier Worthy, if you're game planning, does that guy make you go like this? Holy shit. Whoa, that Xavier Worthy guy. They don't really have dudes that make you do this. Yeah. I mean, Rashid Rice is a good ball player, dude.
Yeah.
He ain't AJ or Devontae. I mean, he's not those guys. So I'm not going to blow that guy up to make that guy, like you said, Hollywood Brown? Bro, right? I mean, you could end a dynasty on Sunday. 0-2, you could put that thing to...
I'm not going to say we'll end the dynasty on Sunday. I think we could significantly take.
You beat them by 2. You beat them by 3 touchdowns. Really?
Well, it's only week 2. I mean, like you said, September's a liar's month. Let me see what the Chiefs are doing. Remember the year they beat the 49ers in 23 after they beat the Eagles? They looked like dog shit in the year. They looked awful. They were like 9-7 that year.
Yeah,
I don't know, dude. I'm not counting Mahomes out, but I will say I think they've taken too much talent off from him now. And the other factor is they used to take talent away, but Kelsey was still Kelsey. Kelsey ain't Kelsey anymore. So that not only have they've taken away some talent, but their best talent has gotten worse as opposed to in Philly, you can make the argument Devontae Smith's getting better. Dallas Goedert, AJ Brown are still getting better. They're not on the other side of their career arc yet. So going to be interesting, but I'm not counting them out just yet. I do think you're right, though, that Chargers team probably looks better right now in that division.
I got to tell you this about Jalen. Dude, I went back and watched the game. That fucking guy is smart as shit, dude. He is really a smart guy.
Who?
Jalen.
Yeah, the way he sees the game, man, is it's impressive.
I mean, he is. Okay? I mean, incredible. By the way,
dude, don't you think he's going to get real good, too, at this line of scrimmage stuff? Like, I know it wasn't necessarily his strength early in his career, and I think there's a lot of different variables for that. But as you saw him progress last year, from week 1 to the Super Bowl to now, I think he's going to continue to get better at this. And really, the other thing I saw him do, Sills, in that game on Monday, which I don't recall him doing that much before, but, he checked into a play that looked like it was a heavy receiver play, knowing that, hey, I need 4 yards for a first down, and I got one-on-one in the run game. So I think he's going to continue to use that more, as one of our advantages on that offense. I think he's getting smarter, he's getting better, and he's doing some of the other things that are going to give him more control of the offense, which is why, to be honest, Sills, I'm not that worried about Patullo, dude. I'm really not.
No, I think Jalen has taken more control of the offense.
Me too. Now you're going to want to see better route concepts with the receivers and stuff.
Yes.
But overall, I think Jalen's going to put this team in a good position to win each and every week.
Bro. Hey, man, I'm sorry. Outside of the draft, your boy Roseman has not had a good offseason.
Nah, it's funny. I was talking to my pop earlier today when I was on the car ride home. We were talking about the Birds a little bit, as we always do. And he was saying to me, he was like, look, I'm not trying to say Howie ain't good and all, but
No.
pretty clear what happened this offseason. Howie didn't do as good of a job. And then he posed to me this question. And I think it's a fair question, and I'd like everybody to hear it out. All right. He says, so I was told all offseason that part of the reason that we had so many departures on the number one defense in football, a team that dominated the Andy Reid Patrick Mahomes dynasty, to the tune that they did, the reason that we took a blowtorch to it was because of money, right? Apparently we needed cash. We got these contracts coming up. All right. But why am I also hearing, in week 1 of the year that the Philadelphia Eagles were ready to send an arm and a leg and pay $47 million to Micah Parsons? It's like it doesn't really add up to me.
Or 7 edge rushers on the roster now.
Right. Let the floodgates open on the defense, but you're willing to pay for Micah Parsons. Like you're either cash strapped and you can't pay, or you chose not to pay those guys. Now, if you chose because you don't think those players were worth that money, that's fine. But that's not the way it was portrayed. And the way that they addressed it was with the mindset as well, where the money was cheap with everybody. And now that some of them aren't panning out, you're starting to see where there might be some problems on the defense. And, I'm willing to see it through. I'm not ready to say that the team is not going to be good or anything like that.
No.
But I think it's a fair thing to say about, my pop has watched a lot of football, a lot more football than I have in my life. He said that was a rare defense, dude, to let them leave for, reasons that don't really seem to be true when it comes to the money doesn't make much sense. Now, I'm not saying you had to go out and sign everybody, but Josh Sweat, maybe
you made no effort.
Maybe keep Gardner Johnson. Did we really want to blow it up that much? And then we're going to pay Micah? Like, that's what I do think it's fair as a fan to wonder that. Like, wait, you kind of told me you blew up our defense because of the money. But when Micah became available, we were ready to send the whole ship to pay that player. Doesn't really add up.
And pay 47.
Right. And pay 47, which is more important than the draft picks. Anybody can trade draft picks. It's the deal. It's the paying of the money that throws a wrench in what the Eagles were doing. So I think it's fair to wonder and just say, hey, are they doing the right things? What's going on, with the defense? And maybe they put too much trust in Vic Fangio.
Think this came down from the owner?
I don't know.
Because I can't see how he doesn't like to get rid of good players.
I don't know. I think the owner and the GM are both kind of weird about certain players. Like I think Gardner Johnson, they just didn't like that guy's personality. The owner and the GM aren't a huge fan of how do I put this right? Outward alpha men, if that makes sense. Like they don't like, at least that seems to me that they want more dudes that are confined into what they want the system to be in the team. And that's what they like. They don't like guys that stir the pot. I'll put it to that. Here's a better way to put it. They wouldn't like Big Sills. They wouldn't like Big Sills on their team stirring that shit up.
Yeah.
All right. That's a better way to put it. But, I don't know. I think that's what happened with Gardner Johnson. When it comes to like Sweat, though, I don't really get Sweat. Dude, Sweat made $18 million. Like that.
You had a guy on the roster making 17. It was a bum.
Dude, think about this. Josh Sweat got $18 million, and I know you're ready. Everyone's going to tell me how too expensive that was for that player. That's $31 million less than Micah Parsons, or 29, whatever it is. Sorry for my math.
Right.
$29 million less than Micah Parsons. You can pay Josh Sweat 3 times before you paid Micah once. I mean, come on. So I don't know. It's something to monitor. What's the defense going to be this year? Because Sills, I'm not worried about the offense. I know it didn't look great, but I'm not that worried about the offense.
Because I'm not worried about the offense because the quarterback looks like he has it in control. How do you think Vic feels about all this?
I think they've put too much on Vic's plate. I mean, he's a good coordinator. He's not, he can't make magic. He's not David Blaine or whatever you call that dude. He can't do that. So, you got him trying to make hay with players that, to his credit, he's probably gotten more out of Jahad Campbell by week 1 than most would have. He's probably gotten more out of Zach Bond than 99% of other coordinators would. He's probably helped Jordan Davis become a better football player, probably helped those edge rushers get better, probably helped Reed Blankenship, become a better safety, help Cooper and Quinion. So he's maximizing his players, at least in my belief he is. But what can you do with Adoree Jackson? What can you do with some of these guys? And I don't know if you needed holes there at all of them. I understand you're not going to have superstars at every spot. It's just impossible to do. But I don't know. I think they put a little much on him, man. I think they're putting a little too much on him.
I'm going to do it one more time for you here, and I want you to hear me out. And I want you to veto this thing here or not. So are you still under the belief? I mean, you still here with this? Smith, Carter, Davis, Zadarius Smith, Bond, Campbell, Dean. My safeties are Cooper, Reed, corner is Q, and the other corner is Jackson. You have one glaring hole in that defense. Versus the other defense that Vic runs, you have two glaring weaknesses, safety and corner. Why wouldn't you want to put the better players on the field?
Yeah.
So is this about really Vic's scheme, or isn't this about the roster? It looks to me you don't have the players to play that scheme.
Well, what they did do is they did get him the linebacker. That's going to help him, I think, where I don't think they wanted to pay Nakobe.
So far, they don't have the safety or corner yet.
They don't have the safety or corner, no doubt. No doubt. Is it just me, or does Vic seem less concerned about the corner spot than we do?
I didn't think of that. He's more concerned about the safety spot. I think he's more concerned about the safety spot. You're right. He is. I think he's actually, by the way that they're acting, I think they're more concerned about the edge spot. Because look at the way that they're acting here.
Yeah.
All right. Let me ask you this. By the way, Battle Royale will be at the bottom of the hour. And then I want to say something here too, to go along with this Charlie Kirk thing, which is really absolutely brutal. And people are sending me messages and all this and stuff. And I got to tell you, and I'll give you guys a little bit of insight on some stuff. So did I hear it right? John McMullen is saying that, well, they may not do anything right now on Jalen Carter, spending him, adding another thing to him. They're going to take it out when they negotiate with him next year? Is that what they're going to do? You're going to take it out on him next year in money instead of protecting your culture? That's how you protect your culture, is by
what's a better way to give personal accountability to Jalen Carter? Because hear me out. If he doesn't line up on Sunday, that hurts your team. That hurts the men next to him. That hurts Nolan Smith. That hurts Jordan Davis. That hurts Zach Bond and Jahad Campbell. That hurts Vic Fangio. That hurts Jalen Hurts and the offense. That hurts those guys.
Okay.
So you're going to be a moron, and we're going to punish you by punishing the rest of the football team, or you're going to pay for your immaturity, your lack of awareness, your lack of being a grown man. And I don't know. I'm thinking maybe
taking advantage of my immaturity as a young player.
Are they taking advantage of it, those Sills?
Well, if you're not paying him top dollar as a defensive tackle based on character, yeah.
That's not taking advantage of, though, my friend. You have to be responsible for your actions in life.
Okay. Well, hang on here. Responsible for my actions are in the moment, not fucking down the line. When it benefits you, you've got to take actions when it's now. You can't use it when you feel that you can't pull that out when you feel it's best interest of the organization. If you have you're a man of character, Xander, you act at the moment. You don't wait to use something like that to benefit you, because then it comes off being, well, hey, guess what? We're going to try to take advantage of the situation based on we're going to give him less money next March. So instead of really taking care of your culture, that's not really what you're doing then.
Yeah.
I don't see, bro, if you had a problem with me, are you going to wait fucking 8 months to tell me? Or are you going to tell me tonight?
How do we know they're going to do that, though? Why? Because John said it? I don't fucking know.
John said that this morning, that they think they'll I'm asking you that question. Do you think they'll do that?
I don't. Jeffrey Lurie's never done that. Jeffrey Lurie is notorious for giving guys extra chances. That's part of what he, and I respect that. I'm the same way. I don't fucking like counting people out in life. I don't. I really don't. I think people who show that they are, know where they went wrong and want to get back at it, I think they deserve another shot. That's what I believe. So I don't know if they'll do that. Maybe they will. Maybe they don't.
I don't believe it.
But I would say this: I don't think it would be unfair for the Eagles in that negotiation with the agent to say, "All right, I'm giving you the bag of money for your talented football player, but I had to play my home opener last year without him because he couldn't manage himself emotionally."
Now,
that to me is a fair comment.
Okay, I would add this then. Listen, I'm going to give this kid all the money in the world, but I got to have a guardrail. That that thing you negotiated where you're not going to take any bonus money away? We're not doing that the next time. We will take bonus money away, and we will go after the contract. I think giving them that benefit and Rosenhaus getting that benefit, I think sets it up for them to do this. I'll tell you what, Jalen Carter, I think so much of you. We love you. We can't do anything without you. But we're not going to play a ball game without you because you're an asshole. So what we're going to do is we're going to protect ourselves financially from this. And this is what it's going to be. I think you could – I wouldn't have a problem. Remember how they tried to put that Kyler Murray study hall thing in there because they didn't really think he took the game serious? They wanted to put those little asterisks in there for him. Remember, because they didn't think he took the game serious enough? I think you're going to do some shit like that where, okay, we're going to protect ourselves now. I think the Eagles gave them the benefit of the doubt. I do. I think they gave them the benefit of the doubt with the way they've handled this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with it. I mean, I think it's cool of them to not go for any of the bonus money, but we'll see. I mean, eventually somebody's got to have he's going to have to have some accountability, and I don't think that's a crazy thing to say.
Nope.
James Worthy says, Xander, shut the fuck up. James Worthy, you shut the fuck up, dude. Don't tell me what to do. It's my show. You can sit here, kick your feet up and enjoy it, or get the fuck out of here, James. Nobody gives a fucking rat's ass about your stupid opinion, dude. He's got to have some accountability in life. I mean, you're going to want to be the highest paid player in football. Guess what? That comes with a different set of obligations and a different set of expectations. If you can't understand that, then you're not a very smart person. Right. It's like anything in life. You want to be great? That comes with a great set of obligations and expectations. You want to be the best football player in the world? You have a different set of expectations than the practice squad player. You want to be the best talk show host in the world? You got a different set of obligations than the worst talk show host in the world. You want to be a good person at whatever it is that you do in the chat? You have to do that better than anybody else in your business. That's how it goes. Jalen Carter, why? You just don't think he should have any of that accountability? He should. So I don't know how they're going to do it, though. I've never gotten the vibe that Jalen Carter wasn't a good dude.
No.
I think he emotionally struggles to manage his emotions in the moment. Like, I think that's where I think he gets ahead of himself. And it's, I don't think it's a premeditated thing. I don't think any of that, but we'll see what he ends up doing. We'll see what ends up happening with it. I think at the end of the day, we're in fine shape now. It's a hefty price to pay for a loogie. Hopefully that's enough for him to learn, and we'll see where we go from here.
Let me say some things here. So I've seen a whole bunch of stuff going online about this Charlie Kirk assassination. By the way, looks like he's been confirmed dead.
Has he? I didn't see that yet.
Yeah. I can't tell you how many death threats I've had in my life. I get them all the time. And, my wife hides my car behind a truck or behind a gate because I got my name on my license plate. And she hates that. And I never really take it seriously. And I've had people stalk me. I've had people follow me, and I get it. This thing here kind of puts more of a emphasis on, and listen, I'm in no way some of the things that I say versus some of the things these political guys say. I am not putting myself in there. You just don't know sometimes when you get, hey, look, we in here could be all fun and games and have fun and this and that.
Yeah.
There's a lunatic out there somewhere who doesn't see things that way. And get this, I saw some people in here talking. Let me say this to you, man. This ain't got nothing to do with left or right, Republican or Democrat. This is about right and wrong. There's no legislation.
Well, to some extent, it actually does have something to do. Now, I don't want to make it about that, but like if you live in a world where you can't understand that somebody's not going to think like you about something, then how I mean, what are we doing? I mean, what are we doing here?
Like if you can't wear a red hat, and you have a problem with a guy wearing a red hat on an airplane. I mean, think about all that, just what the red hat represents.
I'm not seeing that he passed, by the way. I'm seeing critical condition.
I thought that CNN said it.
I hope he makes it.
I hope he does too. My God.
I'll say this. I mean, I don't want to harp on it, but it's something that's going to captivate the news all day. I saw it literally 5 minutes before I came on the National Football Show today, and I texted my girl. I'm like, I'm about to fuck this segment up because I'm all been out of shape from that video, man. I did not. I'm going to get myself a nice plot of land. I'm not going to tell anybody where the fuck it is. All right. I'm going to do these shows every day. All right. None of you are going to know where I am.
Why do you think I tell you that to you all the time?
And I'm fucking, I mean, that is that's nasty, man. That was a really nasty, nasty shot. If he makes it, that'll be an act of God. That'll be an act of God.
I guess he was at a speaking engagement in Utah.
Yeah.
And he was shot at Utah Valley University. And this, I mean, it is just everywhere. And like you said, this is going to, without a doubt, dominate the entire landscape and really put a damper on a lot of things here today because holy cow, man.
Look, Handsome also says, I'm going to be in the woods with a bottle of baby oil. Yeah, drop the baby oil, load me up with some ARs, my friend. That's what I'm going to have. Thousands of dollars worth of firearms. Nobody fucking with me, Handsome also. Nobody fucking with me or my family, that's for sure.
Hey, like I told you before, man, if I could just go away, if somebody came down and parachuted in, gave me a couple $1 million, Xander, I would just parachute, go away. I would look like Howard Hughes somewhere. It'd be like Xander be like, Sills, where are you? I'm like, I'm on an island and I burn the boats. Yeah. I'm telling you, man.
It's awful, man. It's a really awful what happened to Charlie Kirk. It really is. I couldn't believe that video. And anybody that's ever has experience shooting a gun or shooting a firearm, that was like a sniper rifle. Like that looked like a sniper rifle.
Yeah, somebody was in a high position for that.
Yeah. Yeah. And that was damn good aim. That guy was practicing for that because that was fucking nasty, man.
That's a sharpshooter there at its finest there because he knew exactly what he was doing there. I'll tell you
what. It's evil. It really is. Mark, sorry, man. I'm sending your link now, brother.
Hey, evil, man. Evil stuff. Man. The video, by the way, Xander, you know what kills me about social media, though? You'll put that out there and you'll try to guard against certain words that people say on social media, and you'll put that out there, a guy getting assassinated on the air. I mean, kind of wild, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Dude.
It really is, dude.
Wow.
Let's get to the super chats. You want to get to these supers?
Yeah, let's do the supers, brother. Guys, I appreciate all of you, man. Thank you very much.
What's up, Steven? Imagine the drama if Brown, Steen, Beckham was here. Brown.
I think Steen.
Oh, Steen.
Well, no, Steen is here. Yeah, well, who's Steen? Who's Steen?
Brown, Steen.
Imagine if
Brown. I'm guessing Slay.
Slay. I'm assuming Slay. Right. Oh, if you
wait, Brown? Who's Brown?
Yeah. Steven, I think you're going to have to revamp that, brother.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think he's probably talking about Slay and Williams and Becton. That's what I'm going to say. Or Gardner Johnson, somebody in there.
Sean says, Sills, which tandem will last longer, AJ and Hertz or Xander and J-Mac? I got the latter. Shit gets heated. Oh, well.
Hey, listen, I'll take Xander and J-Mac.
Me too.
Xander knows how to twist him off on J-Mac, and I think he does a great job of that.
I'll take me and Sills the longest, though. I'll take the tandem of the big Sills and the big Z combo the longest, man. People love this segment, me and you. People love this segment.
Look at Prince here, man. Sills wrote that. Man. Hey, bro, do you think you have an AJ Brown problem?
Nah, I don't. Not yet.
How about this one? Let me ask you this. Do you think Patullo and AJ Brown have a problem?
No. I mean, what the fuck would they have a problem for?
You're not getting me the ball.
They only played one game.
Okay. Okay.
He played 60 minutes.
Okay, you're right.
If he comes out and has 5 catches in the first half on Sunday, what's going to happen?
I'm just an observer here. That's all I do here. I'm just keeping an eyeball on this stuff. Yes, sir, man. I mean, hey, look, I'm getting out in front of things this year.
You're not out in front of shit.
You bet
Your batting average is dropping quick.
Oh, my God, am I having a wonderful start to the season.
Here's Akbar. Did you get this? He said you were big on Keegan when he got drafted. How do you feel? You got this?
Yeah, no, I didn't see this.
Okay. How you feel about him now, and do you think Redskins win against the spread? I don't think Sills knows against the spread, but
no, I don't.
Keegan's with Dallas now, Akbar.
Yeah,
Dunzo, boy.
How do I? I thought he would do more because of the 33 starts that he had at Michigan. I thought he'd be a little bit more, but if they're passing on him and Jeff Stoutland's passing on him, there ain't no hope for him, in my opinion, because Stoutland, he did that guy. Oh no, they finally ended up cutting Kenyon Green. They ended up getting rid of that stiff. That made the Gardner Johnson deal look even worse.
Steven says Becton's side piece leaked photos of his skid mark draws after getting her pregnant and not paying child support. What?
Guy, really? You paid $5 to tell me that some guy with his shit stains in his drawers? Come on, man.
That's why he called him Brown Stained Becton.
Oh. Okay.
Bro, y'all be looking up too much of this. You guys look too deep into these.
Oh, that's funny.
You guys be looking too deep into these.
Yeah, you think I do that much research on that, Steven? You're the only guy looking at shit stains Becton. I wouldn't know that.
Who's putting Yale in timeout? Is somebody putting Yale in timeout?
No, who's putting Yale in timeout?
I don't know. He's just DMing. I'm sure there's a lot of political rhetoric in the chat today because of what happened with Charlie Kirk, which is just an awful thing. Jesus
criminy. That's why people come here to get away from that kind of stuff, man.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, okay, that to me, I'm like, what can you say? Where your country is right now.
Yeah, it's pretty sad, man. It's pretty sad.
You can't, let me ask you one question here. Do you have a problem with a guy like Ryan Clark? And I don't really like Ryan Clark. Do you have a problem with somebody doing this? Hey, look, that guy over there, man, he didn't play the game. Now, look, I'm not that guy. I don't care. If you have a right to your opinion, whether you played or not. I don't agree with Ryan Clark. I mean, it's just a different perspective, and I like different perspectives. Okay, I do. I'm not a guy that goes, you didn't play the game. How the hell would you know? How my take is this. I see the game differently than you. That's all. That's always been
that's like your new thing. I love that. That's your new thing. Oh yeah, I see the game different. All right, I see it different.
I just see it different.
It's like a perfect comeback to anybody or anything. Oh well, I just see it different. Oh yeah, well thanks.
Hey, you can cry your way and how you see the game, Prince. And Big Sills will see the game this way. That's how
Prince has been on fire recently.
Has he?
Yeah. Oh my God, he's been cooking you.
Cooking me. Yeah. Well, again, if Prince is cooking me, just like Marco Rubio said, I know I must be winning.
Prince been cooking.
Yeah. Well, no. I don't believe anything in how he sees the game in any way whatsoever. Nothing. So I know I'm doing a good job then. Some people think Prince is winning, I fucking know that I'm getting a grand slam.
Speaking of the devil, here he is. He says, calling HR is frowned upon people. Look, Sills, I got a new every time we get a super chat from Prince, we can just play this.
Xander's got sound effects now.
Yeah, Prince is here. Everybody, it's Prince. Prince is here. I love it, man. I love it. Calling HR is frowned upon, people.
Why do you think the most anticipated segment besides our segment is Mark Holmes?
What do you mean?
And Philly 500. Why do you think that is?
Because they're great at what they do. They're entertaining. And people want to hear from them, man. Like Mark Holmes, I mean, I got to be honest with you. I watched more Mark Holmes when Micah Parsons got traded than I'd like to admit.
How much crying did he do?
I thought it was more entertaining than anything. I mean, he's honest. He's like, what am I supposed to do? Jerry Jones is a fucking idiot. You know, what do you want me to do? I'm only Mark Holmes. I'm gonna sit here and do my content. You know, I can't do everything. So no.
So do you
do
think he's gonna feel good about that performance against the Eagles, or do you think he's
I
gonna
would if I were him.
I
thought
would
the
too.
Cowboys played better than we expected, for sure. I thought the defense looked better than expected. I didn't think Dak played awful in that game. I mean,
No,
CeeDee
that
Lamb
wasn't
is
the
a
Dak
little
thing.
bit
That
of a
was
problem.
CD.
If CeeDee Lamb catches some of those passes,
Yeah.
we're talking about a different,
Yeah, we're
potentially
talking about a different
result
outcome.
here. So,
Absolutely.
Unfortunate to have a receiver that is as good as CeeDee Lamb and have that, but have those drops. But I think if you're Mark, you got to feel decent. The question for me on Dallas is like, where do they go from here? Like, do they still feel like they're a couple moves away from competing, or are they closer to having to blow the thing up with a new quarterback and restart? Because like I still feel like as good as they played in week 1, like they're not ready to compete with the top of the league yet, but they're also not the Panthers or one of the shitty teams in the league. So it's like, where do they go from here?
They're 7, 8, 9, 10. They're somewhere there in wins. They're somewhere like 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, I think that, and that's that's kind of a shitty place to be.
It is.
Like I either want to be competing or I want to be rebuilding. And I don't really know where Dallas is. So that would be probably my biggest question if I were a Dallas guy.
So let me ask you this: if they had a running back, and they had a top flight offensive lineman, like say they had Landon Dickerson. Let me do this. If they had Landon Dickerson in their O-line, okay, and they had Derrick Henry on their football team, would you think they'd be one of the top 6 teams in the NFL? In NFC, I mean. If they had Derrick Henry and Landon Dickerson, do you think the Cowboys, if those two players, if they had those two guys, they would be one of the top 6 teams in the NFL?
Derrick Henry and Landon?
Landon Dickerson and Barkley.
No, or Henry. They got Tyler Smith. They need a tackle.
I think they need another guy.
They need a tackle.
Okay.
Although Tyler Guyton, I mean, anybody see our edge rushers in the first game? I mean, holy shit.
Hey, I will say this. I'll go here with you, man. How about this, though? Okay, let's say if they had Mulata and Barkley, you think they'd be a top 6 NFC team? Okay.
Mulata and Barkley?
Mulata and Barkley.
Yeah, probably.
They'd be a top 6 team.
If they had Mulata next to Tyler Smith with Cooper Beebe, add Saquon in the backfield, and you got CeeDee. Now, I don't love their
they added Kenny
options after CeeDee Lamb. Well, George Pickens is good. Yeah, they'd be pretty good.
That's 2 players away from doing what you just said.
They need some defensive help too, though. And I got news. I'm not in love with those corner, although they played our receivers pretty damn good. But
hey, I'll make this point to you, and I'm going to tell Mark Holmes this. I thought his D-line and O-line, I thought they won tonight.
Yeah, I know you did. You told me that in the postgame show. All right, Stills, good stuff, brother. You got 500 and Mark in here. Have a good segment with those guys. Appreciate everybody being here. Hit that like button. Stills, thank you, brother.
You bet, brother. I'll see you tomorrow, man. Love you, man.
Love you.
You got it. That is Xander Kraus. Make sure you check out Birds 365. We appreciate that very much. Holy cow, this is going to be some segment here. And I got to tell you, man, I'm going to say this to both these guys before they come on here. I thought the Cowboys won tonight when it came to the O-line and D-line play. They ran the ball for 120 yards. I don't even know who they have running the ball. They held Saquon Barkley in check. If it wasn't, I'll tell you this, if it wasn't for Jalen Hurts playing the way he did, they don't win that ball game. They do not win that game. And if CeeDee Lamb takes those bricks out of his gloves and catches those 4 passes, I don't know. Remember I told you the Cowboys had to make it a fourth quarter game and they had to have the last possession. They did. They didn't. I thought the Eagle defense showed up with about 7 minutes left in the game. Really after like the lightning delay. Without further ado, I can't wait to hear both these guys. The man who creates content with tears these days. He is my friend Mark Holmes of the Dallas Cowboys. Make sure you check him out. And the champ returns again. He is Philly 500. Here are the boys here on a Wednesday in the most anticipated segment on the program. Each and every single week, it doesn't matter if it's Michael Irvin, it doesn't matter if it's Stephen Jones, it doesn't matter if it's Brian Westbrook. It's these two guys. How you fellas doing after a very competitive game you saw last week versus the Eagles and Cowboys? First off, how you guys doing, man?
I'm wonderful. Can't complain. I'm 1-0, undefeated. Just like I said I would. Just like I said I would be. That's
Mark,
right.
how you feeling?
You know, if you had told me last Wednesday that we were going to hold Saquon to 60 yards, that Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown would have 4 catches for 24 yards, and we'd hold the Eagles to 24 points, I would have said, victory! I can't – I don't know how we lost that. I just don't know.
I can tell you.
Go ahead. Blame Dak.
This is what you guys do.
That wasn't Dak.
It wasn't Dak.
I didn't say Dak. Although Dak
CD.
did throw an interception, should have been picked and ended the game.
Oh,
I mean, come on. It only went through Quinyon Mitchell's hands right there in the fourth quarter. Should have ended it. The guy can't catch. What am I supposed to say? You know? So,
I thought Dak played really well.
Here's what I think. I think that every possible thing that had to go Dallas's way for them to be in this game went their way. Every break, every situation, even the weather, even Mother Nature went their way. Because let me tell you, the Eagles' typical fashion and the way they do things, when they got that turnover, that's exactly when that team drives down and scores and blows the game open. That momentum, that hour break between the third and fourth quarter hurt both offenses, to be quite honest, and allowed the defenses to rest. And that's the Eagles need to wear you down. And I think that was a big factor in this game.
So, Mark Holmes, do you believe that Dak Prescott initiated the spit contest between the two players, Jalen Carter and Dak Prescott? Do you think he baited him into what happened, him getting thrown out of that game?
Let's be clear here. For some reason, they're trying to make football seem like it's golf, a sport of gentlemen. Do you know how much trash talking and nut grabbing and all kinds of shit that happens? That's half the game to try and get in somebody's head. You've got to be wise enough not to take the bait if that was what Dak was doing. Or it might have been that Jalen Carter decided, I don't want to play this game because he's worried about Tyler Booker.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure that's what he was worried about.
Yeah, I don't want to get embarrassed on the opening game.
But
Let me sit on that.
Wait a minute.
He looked all happy leaving.
Wait a minute. He was in the Cowboy huddle. He wasn't over in their own huddle.
Right.
He was over there.
He was a little bit above the ball, and Dak spit at him, and he went up to him, and that's how it happened. There's no doubt Dak baited him. And I have no problem with it.
Let me say
I have no problem with it. Bait him.
So wait. You're telling me that the baddest defensive tackle on the planet got baited and punked by a quarterback?
I think a young, sometimes immature kid that's learning was baited by a veteran quarterback. Yes, I do.
Guess what's going to happen? Everybody's going to be trying to do the same thing.
That's right. And you know what? You know what? He's got to learn his lesson.
He's got to.
And that's true. There's no doubt about it. He'll learn from that.
Philly, here's the things that you just said that matter the most. Landon Dickerson was injured, and they lost Carter. All the things that went right for the Cowboys. But I got to give it to the Cowboys. The Cowboys made plays. They ran for 118 yards against that defense. And I mean, listen, Adoree Jackson's horseshit.
Oh, he stinks.
He is not good.
I actually don't think it was like when you watch it first time, it looks really bad for the Eagles, right? Especially with the emotional part of Carter getting thrown out of the game. You feel like that first sequence in that first drive, The Cowboys kind of got the Eagles defense. They're a little rattled, a little shaken up. They go down and they score. But if you really go back and look at it, every score the rest of the game the Cowboys had came off of Eagles penalties. Pass interference here.
Here we go.
No, it's just true. I'm not saying they were good penalties or bad. The pass interference, Quignon, the 37 yards, it was pass interference. They should have called it. But what I'm saying, hold on, let me finish. But what I'm saying is that they came off of Eagles' mistakes. They made too many mistakes there, right? You had the pass interference. Then you had the taunting 15 yards. Then you had the hands to the face and the pass interference on the last drive before the field goal. I'm not saying some of these penalties, not all of them, some of them were penalties. But you can clean that up. Every one of their scores after the first drive came because of penalties and mistakes by us.
I'm going to say there should have been some of those big plays by Jalen Hurts, those big runs that literally were some bad holding calls.
Oh, you mean like when you guys almost choked out Nolan Smith? Listen, you had 9 penalties on the Eagles for over 100 yards. You had
and it should have been 15.
4 penalties on the Cowboys. One was on a kickoff. One was a 12-man on the field. And then that means there were only 2 calls on the Cowboys the entire gameplay. What about when Diggs was taunting Hurts after the touchdown? Why didn't they call that? They called it on Nolan Smith. Why didn't they call that? You sit there with your bullshit all week, Mark.
You would think that did you guys lose the game and I didn't get the memo?
Crying about that Dallas lost the game because the refs. You had every break by the refs.
I know what this is. I know what this is. Okay, you know what? I know what this is.
Tell me,
Billy, you're worried.
Oh,
you're sitting there looking at your team because there's this thing about 2,000-yard rushers the next year. They're drop off the face of the earth. He only got 60 yards.
Second game under 70 yards rushing for Barkley.
Yeah, right. He only got 60 yards. Wait, hold on. Let me speak.
Okay.
Let me speak.
Sorry.
Going against what was the worst run-stopping defense last year that just gave away their best player, and he only got 60 yards. You can't tell me that doesn't worry you. That's your A.J. Brown, who has a hurt hamstring all off season, seems to be already checking out and getting pissed off. And
is that all you got?
No, and then you got
about
Landon
my guys not playing good,
who had hurt wheel. Now you got a hurt back, and then you got Jalen Carter, who's a dumbass. I'm just saying that maybe the bravado and everything else with the champ. That maybe you've got some worries going forward that the Dallas Cowboys might be in the rearview mirror, especially since they're doing things a little different. I mean, I'm not going to say that he's a world beater, but they got Giovanni and Clowney in there today.
Oh, yeah, he's the perfect Cowboy. He's the
last year he had 5.5 sacks. That would have been second on the Cowboys last year.
Cowboy, mercenary, half-asser.
Oh, anytime you sign some practice squad.
Now, wait a minute.
Mark, you know how many times you talk shit? How many times you talk shit on Jadeveon Clowney?
Wait a minute.
Guys, I heard you talk shit.
Yes,
now he's the greatest guy in the world.
I didn't say he was the greatest. I said he. No. I did not say he was the greatest. I did not.
Did they sign him?
Did
they sign him?
We don't know yet, but he was watching practice.
He's the greatest.
He's been there all day.
The greatest ever.
Well,
because
let me put
he might sign with the Cowboys.
I don't see any difference between Zadarius Smith and Jadeveon Clowney.
There you
think
go.
they're the same guy.
Oh, I do.
Oh, I don't.
Oh, of course.
I mean, they're the same guy.
I don't think Jadeveon
Zadarius had 4 sacks last year. Clowney had 5.5.
No. Zadarius Smith had 9 sacks last year.
He had 9.
Yeah. Do your research. When you do videos about me, Mark, get your research.
My eyes aren't what they used to be. My 4 might have looked like a 9. Or my 9 might have looked like a 4.
Hey, I'll put it to you this way. I want to ask Philly 500 this question here. So if you put on the 22 and you watch A.J. Brown, he's leaving the huddle before Hurts breaks the huddle, which tips off passes for the secondary on the defensive side.
Mm-hmm.
He was double teamed, and on top of that, he was frustrated. He had 1 target with 1 catch. And again, do you want to know this stat? I posted it on my X account. Jalen Hurts had more time in the pocket than any quarterback in spades of any of the 31 quarterbacks. Now, Hurts couldn't find AJ because he was double teamed and he was frustrated. Devontae, I don't get it. That's why he had to go to Dotson and Goddard, who, by the way, is paper mache. He's hurt again already. Now, I'll say this to you. He improvised and made it happen. I think A.J. Brown, it's not an issue with A.J. Brown and Hurts. It's A.J. Brown and that Petula dude. That guy called a shitty ball game, dude.
Well, he did. And look, I keep saying I'm going to give him till week 4 because
fair enough. Fair.
Right? But if you ask me the biggest concern on the Eagles, it ain't all the things Mark mentioned. It ain't the cornerback too. It's the offensive coordinator. There was times in that second half where I don't think, and you want to talk about Barkley not having yards. Well, Barkley ran pretty good in the first half. It was the second half where you guys were really covering where he was going to run. They didn't pitch anything outside. There was a 2nd and 1 mid-4th quarter. You had one-on-one coverage on the outside. It was a 2nd and 1. Cowboys are playing the run, and the Eagles run Saquon. Why are you not taking a shot at that point? There was no adjustments made to what the Cowboys did. That bothered me. That scares me more than anything. So they got to fix that more than anything to me.
Boy, the play calling again was suspect. I mean, do you think this thing blows up? Do you think, because listen, I don't think Philly, I don't think he doesn't want to win. I think he wants to win with the game going through him. And you could see when he's leaving the huddle, he's frustrated. Jalen hasn't even snapped it. I think Jalen just went like this. Hey, shit, look, man, this guy's not engaged in this game. One target, one catch for a $36 million guy.
Well, why would they not throw him something? You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand how I don't get it.
Maybe Hurts didn't want to.
I don't feel like it was Hurts. I feel like part of it was the way the Cowboys were playing defense too, where you had all that room where he could go and run, and he just took it. But I don't understand why the coach doesn't try to get him going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. How do you feel? You have to be encouraged with Dak after week 1, don't you, Mark?
The funny thing about Dak is after he's had, major injuries, the next year coming back, he plays incredible. And this is where it would be advantageous for the Cowboys to say, maybe we should go ahead and use some of that draft capital and some of that money right now and try and really do this thing. You were talking with Xander. Shout out to Xander, who watches more of my content. I appreciate that, Xander.
How can he not? You said,
but you pointed out, if we end up having a legitimate running back like Henry or Saquon, although I don't think Saquon is going to be quite as good this year, the hangover from the 2000.
Yeah, that's why they got what's his face, right, Mark? Because they're sending a message to Saquon. Come on,
okay, bro. What's rule number 1 of Fight Club?
He did a video, Sills. He said he did a video
to get people to watch.
Tank
to trigger
people.
Don't be mad because I'm pulling it down.
Send the message to Saquon. What's the message?
Wait a minute. Hey. Wait on Tank Bigsby though. Don't you think? Now look, here's a guy who had almost 800 yards and 7 touchdowns.
Love them.
Don't you? I like. Listen, Mark don't like it. I like the deal. I think the kid can play. I liked him at Auburn.
I talked about this during my 53-man roster video. I said, you're a run-first team, right? You got a guy coming back from a neck that hadn't played in a year.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, the Eagles should consider another running back because you don't want to put the load all on Barkley, and I think you need that 3-man rotation in there. So I actually thought that if an opportunity came to get another run, they should. So I actually think it was a great move.
I do too. I mean, you got to feel though, dude. I mean, how do you feel about your deal? Hey, this is going to sound crazy when I tell you this, Mark. Mark, I thought that was the best Cowboy defense in front 7 play. I've seen it probably 3 years.
Yeah, I think the weather had helped that a lot.
No, here's the difference.
Okay. Well, Dickerson being hurt helped a ton.
Definitely.
Well, Dickerson had a hurt back he's playing, right? But when you go sit for an hour, that back is a lot harder to come back out to and play. I think that the defenses both got an hour's rest. If the Eagles get that ball and they get to drive down there, they could have worn Dallas. Dallas defense might have been worn by the 4th quarter, but we don't know because they got an hour rest.
We will never know. We can only speculate. But for our Cowboys defense, see, the problem for us is if we've got a lead, you can turn the edge rushers loose, okay? But typically, we can't stop the run. And as much as people poo-pooed Clark being in there, he rated out at like a 62. I mean, when you think about Mozzie last year being 219 out of 219 the first half of the season, that was outstanding play in the middle. Our edge rushers weren't bad, although they're being held a lot. And it's going to have to be, to make up Micah's production, it's going to have to be done by the group. And I think that's why they're looking at bringing in Clowney to add to the rotation. It's not a bad move.
What do you make, Philly, of having Kevin Petula going against Steve Spagnuolo this weekend? And I mean, he's not going to roll. Here's a guy who has 4 Super Bowl championships and was just annihilated in a Super Bowl 9 months ago. He ain't rolling out the same game plan. And I will say this, I think Kansas City's offense looks old. Chris Jones does not. And he's going against Tyler Steen in there. And I got to tell you, man, I mean, he's still the best defensive tackle in pro football. There is no doubt about it. How do you like that matchup heading into this game on Sunday?
I mean, that's a tough matchup. But you know what I mean? He's a great player, so they're going to have their hands full. But I trust Stoutland. I trust that offensive line to fix the mistakes. I don't think it's very often that we see that offensive line play as bad as they did, really. And I think they'll be much better this week. But I do think this is a great test to see what adjustments are made, because I think the way Dallas played the Eagles against the run, I think a lot of teams are going to copy that, and I think you've got to make adjustments. So this is a good test for him. You know, I'm giving him a month. I want to give him at least 4 games, but I do think that there are questions about that play calling on last Thursday. I think if the Eagles call a little better game offensively, this game would have been a blowout.
What do you make of Brian Schottenheimer, Mark? How do you think he did in that first game?
I think he actually did outstanding. And I think he's got the players' attention. And I think more than anything else, I think actually part of the move of Micah Parsons being gone was partially Brian Schottenheimer to kind of get rid of the distractions in there. He truly does. You figure you're going against Super Bowl champions in their house, season opener, your very first game. It was like he had ice water in his blood, in his veins. He seemed cool, collected, came out with a great game plan, and came close to winning. And it had CeeDee Lamb not dropped those, had my man not fumbled. It's a different outcome, and we're having a totally different conversation.
Well, the MVP of the game probably for you, Philly 500, has to be Miles Sanders putting that ball on the carpet. Yeah. Hey, by the way, I got to tell you, man, if Dak doesn't make that tackle on Quinyon Mitchell,
it's over.
He's taking and hitting his head on the goalpost.
It's over.
I mean, Billy, do you feel comfortable coming out of that first game heading into now? Again, September's a liar's month. Okay.
Not only is it a liar's month, but come on. I mean, the amount of weird things happened in that game. You know, I don't know how you gauge a lot when you have an hour delay. I don't. Listen, we could talk about, like, you could even talk about CeeDee Lamb drops, right? CeeDee Lamb drops a big pass at the end, but like I said, there's 4 or 5 interceptions the Eagles literally dropped, and Quinyon Mitchell, the game winner, which if he catches it, then CeeDee doesn't drop any balls because game's over, and we're talking about Dak choking. So you got to make sure you clean that stuff up. I feel like a lot of the things that happened, the Eagles were self-inflicted, to be honest with you.
Here's one thing I did not like today about Nick Sirianni. Okay, here's what I didn't like. So today, this guy goes around blowing his horn all the time, telling you how great the culture in the Eagle locker room is. It's wonderful and it's spectacular, and we have guys buying in. So for the first time, 3 Philadelphia reporters go, "Hey, do you think Jalen Carter, do you think he learned?" He goes like this: We're going to keep everything in the house. Ask the follow-up question.
Okay.
We're going to keep everything in house.
Okay.
Now, okay. Well, let me ask you this. So if your culture is so great, why can't you address your culture? Why does it have to be you hiding around on the Howie Roseman knee pads and you're just skating around on your knee pads because the front office tells you what to say all the time? I mean, dude, My problem is you talk about what a great culture is, and then you don't want to defend it. You don't want to defend it. You talk to him, telling me, but Philly, you get a challenge for the first time. A guy acts up, and you got a chance to go, we talked to the guy. The guy was being an asshole out there. Hey, we addressed it. It's all good. It's on to Kansas City. Why is that so hard to do?
I don't know. To me, it's like they're not going
to
to tell
like
you.
He's a bullshit
They're not going to. Well, they're not going to tell you either way. So what's the difference?
Exactly. Then stop telling me how great everything is in the building. When something is confronted and it's not positive, they can't address it. It just doesn't come off genuine.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, but I don't know. I'm like, I guess because I don't expect them to say anything like earth shattering. So it's like whatever.
Now. Would you want, now, wait a minute. Would you want them to do something more?
No.
Than what was done?
No. I think he served his punishment. He was thrown out of the game. He was suspended. He's got fined. I thought that was enough, okay? I mean, it is what it is.
You think Dak should have been fined?
Dak should have been fined, yeah.
Hold on here. But see, here's the problem. Here's the problem. I mean, and this is not with my blue glasses on, okay? The problem with Jalen Carter is, remember in the NFC Championship game when he ends up hauling off and he hits Biotish?
Yeah.
Upside the head? He got fined $14,000 for that one.
So what?
He also against the Steelers last year did the same thing. So you're seeing this, within a half a year, multiple of these things in here. At some point, somebody has to get a hold of him and say, bro, you're hurting the team getting 15 yards and getting kicked out of a game. And if it ends up being like, oh, well, we're not going to actually do it. Yeah, you got fined. That's good enough. That fine is chump change, buddy.
It was a game check, Mark.
They have to address it. No question about it. But that doesn't mean that there wasn't an instigator. There was.
You can have bro.
You had two guys, two offensive linemen.
You know what Charles Haley used to do on the field?
I have no problem with it. You understand?
John Randall.
I would let him play.
This is football.
If it was me, I wouldn't have suspended him or kicked him out. He spit on a cowboy.
Okay.
Big deal.
But here's the thing, though. Let me go back here for a second. Here's the problem. The fact that he was not in the huddle with his team, that his ass was up here, literally what he was doing was he was trying to throw Tyler Booker. That's when one of his teammates should have grabbed his ass and said, get your ass back over here.
I agree.
He was actually starting that stuff. And see, that says there's no discipline and not recognizing I can hurt my team.
Right.
You got to stop being selfish.
That gives Dak free reign to spit at him.
That's right.
Okay. So it's
okay. We agree. Yeah. We agree. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Dak should be fine. No.
Yeah, of course Dak should be
fine.
He instigated. Of course he should have been.
Everybody instigates everything, budty. Everybody's out there talking about your.
I have no problem with him instigating.
How ugly
I have no
baby is.
My baby. You said my baby's ugly?
No, I'm talking about players on the field. The shit that is said out there on the field, bro. I wish they had those guys mic'd up, really mic'd up in there.
Two last questions here for you. Hey, Billy, are you done expecting your passing game to evolve? Come on, man. It's 6 years him on the team now.
Are we not?
Are we not?
Game in.
Wait a minute. No. We're 5 years and one game in. You're right.
5 years and one game in. And how many Super Bowl appearances?
No. I asked you a specific question. Are you done thinking that this offensive passing game is ever going to evolve?
No.
But it never has.
At times it's looked really, really good. Can they become more consistent with it? I hope so. I think so.
Do you think that he'll ever become the passer Dak is?
I think he's already a better quarterback than Dak.
That's not what I
asked. That wasn't the question.
Do I think he could? Yeah, of course I do.
He'll never throw for 4,500 yards.
I actually think he's evolving into a better passer. I think he looks. I thought he played with a lot of confidence in that game. He seemed very calm.
He was awful smart.
I tell you what, man. Those 24 yards to A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, they were some killer passes, man.
Dude, he had to adjust a lot of things in that game.
That pass to Jahan Dotson was nice.
Well, let me tell you this, Mark. If I had to put the top three quarterbacks who performed last week, in wins, I would put the guy with the S on his chest in Buffalo. I would put the old man in Pittsburgh, and I put Hurts third. I put him sixth on the performances, but I went back and watched it. He had a pouting A.J. Brown. He had a play caller who was a little inconsistent in that ball game. He thought that bitch out, man. I mean, and by the way, do you not agree in that game? He hurt you more.
He won the game. He won the game.
He did. Right, Philly? He won the game, right? It was him.
Yeah.
I have to admit, he won the game. He was the difference there. That and the holding calls that weren't called.
So the final one here is this. Do you believe in the next game, Mark, at your building? Do you like your chances more in that next game at your building after what you saw this past Thursday?
Well, it's going to be on a short week.
After
playing Kansas City. So it's going to be tough. Here's the thing. And this is, I hate to be doing this for the Eagles, but this is the truth. The Eagles start out usually the season bad, and then they get their stride basically in October. They were 2-4 last year. So I don't really know what the Eagles are right now, with the new coordinator, of course, and things like that. The Eagles could end up going through and getting their shit together and getting back to where they were. But I think they're going to have some problems, and I think we're going to have a good chance of playing at home. It'll definitely be better than last year's.
Philly, Kansas City, the Rams, Buccaneers, Denver. What's your record after those games heading into October?
4-0. Maybe 3-1. That Buccaneers is a pain in the ass. I'm not gonna lie,
and especially in that heat down.
But I kind of like the position we're in this week against Kansas City. Like, they look banged up. They look old. I'm not scared of their offense. I mean, of course they have Mahomes, but
that's it.
That's it. I don't sweat them that much. And then I think that Rams game is monumental. That game is so important for playoff, seedings and stuff. They've got to go out and win that game. So to me, I like where we're at the next two games, but I got to see improvement. We have to improve, especially on that offensive side of the ball. I did not like the play calling. I did not like the in-game adjustment, and that's what I'm really most nervous about, to be quite honest with you.
Well, let me say this to you guys in closing here. Man, I'll tell you what, Kansas City, hey, Philly, Mark, the Eagles have a chance to end it on Sunday. And what I mean by end it, that dynasty. Because if they go in there and roll them again, after getting beat by the Chargers the way they did in the previous Friday game in Brazil, the Chargers are the best team in that. I picked the Chargers to win the West. And I kind of backtracked a little and said that Kansas City would make the playoffs, but if they go 0-2 and they look like dog shit and the Eagles run them over, the Eagles showed them a blueprint on how to beat that team, because there's nobody special on that team except in the offense of Creed Humphrey and Mahomes. And Mahomes puts you in the room. But, bro, he's getting to an area now where he needs help like Brady did.
It amazes me. It amazes me that they have not retooled the team for him offensively.
I can't believe that either.
I just don't understand it. When you see what he did with Weapon, I just don't understand why he would not be have more weapons than he does. Really, Rice and Worthy. Come on.
I mean, yeah, right. And people are talking like Rashid Rice is like CeeDee Lamb or AJ Brown.
No.
But he helps them. He helps them.
But he's not in that room, dude. He's not better than Devontae. And that's their number one guy,
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, guys, great stuff.
Thank
Folks,
you.
make sure you guys check out the fabulous content that these two men put out there, especially the crying videos.
Yeah, no more crying, Mark.
Had this last
Move
week.
on. Get to week 2, and you better not lose to the Giants.
Oh my God!
You better not.
You want to see a meltdown and see me drunk, passed out on the floor? Let me lose to Cop who's on the Giants.
I think you're going to put 38 on them.
I think you're going to lose.
That might be ending Russell Wilson's career.
I think you're going to lose. I think you guys think you're so great after that game against us, you're going to lose.
So you think the Cowboys are thinking that they won the Super Bowl?
I think they think they won a Super Bowl. We're pretty good. Look at us against them. And they're going to have a letdown, and they're going to go in, and the Giants are going to steamroll them.
Watch. I'll see you guys soon, man. Thank you guys so much, man.
All right, peace.
Oh, my God. Steamroll. The Giants are going to steamroll them with Russell Wilson. And you're going to see him there. All right, good. I love Mark, man. I got to tell you, even my aunt loves Mark. My aunt, she does. Mark is so generous. He's so good. You know what? Mark texts me back all the time, too. He goes, for you, Sills, okay, even though you promised me a couple things that you haven't come through on for me, I'll do it for you. And he brings that up. And I'll tell you what, that basement in his mom's basement underwear thing, it's gone a long way. I'll tell you, I do, man. I love the guy, man. Thank you guys so much. Here, let's pay some bills here. Hey, my good friends at Morgan & Morgan, man, the #1 injury law firm in all of America, has recovered over $30 billion in recovery. Folks, they are the #1 injury law firm for a reason. You know what that is? Because they win. Simple as that. This will be the easiest move you ever make when it comes to defending you and your family. Go to forthepeople.com/Big Sills or Pound Law 529. That's FORthepeople.com/Big Sills or Pound Law 529. And do me a favor. You tell them Big Sills sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica, who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
The following is a presentation of JAKIB Sports.
If you're a small business owner or you work for a company that loves the birds, you need to react fast before we've used up our entire ticket allocation. And here's why. In celebration of JAKIB Media's new partnership with Savvy Seats, JAKIB Media will give you a pair of VIP tickets for any game on the 2025 schedule, home or away. And we'll give your company or your boss a 20-week media sponsorship package across the #1 digital network for Eagles coverage, JAKIB Sports. And that includes all of our game day coverage. Cost for your business or company? About $50 a week. Let's recap everything. 20-week sponsorship package on JAKIB Sports, including commercial spots, live reads, and liners. Inclusion in all of our game day coverage, including the soon-to-be-announced Green Zone, and a pair of tickets to the home opener or any game on the 2025 regular season schedule. Remember, that's home or away. If you're in Kansas City and you want to go to the game against the Chiefs, no problem. If you live in Florida and you want to go to the game in Tampa Bay at the end of September, no problem. Text Krause at 267-261-3428. That's 267-261-3428. And remember, do it quickly before this incredible gift is gone. JAKIB Sports and Savvy Seats put you right in the action with VIP seating as we are proud to announce our partnership for the 2025 season with Savvy Seats. Text Krause right now at 267-261-3428. That's 267-261-3428. And pick your game today. If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
Eagles. Eagles.
In what has been an insane day in media, to say the least. A couple days ago, we had the Ukrainian woman that was stabbed to death on the train, and I remember flipping through the channels, and I remember Van Jones on CNN saying that Charlie Kirk was race mongering when it came to the execution of that woman on the train. 2 days later, Charlie Kirk is assassinated and killed. You can make it for whatever you want, but we have too much of that going on in media. Don't ever tell me the media can't make a difference, because we can. Man, you need to chill out in how you tried to go after people. It's such an angry time that we are living in. And by the way, Charlie Kirk, the President of the United States, is confirmed as dead for speaking his side and how he sees things. Whether you agree or not, I always admire people for that. This is one of the reasons I defend people all the time. You don't have to believe what I believe in. Like, look at Prince and I, or whomever in here. We have a difference of an agreement on how we see the game, okay? We're not going to kill one another over it. You know why? Because we have a brain. We're going to go back and forth. We know the difference between right and wrong. Not everybody does, folks. For every person like Prince and myself, there's one person who doesn't know the difference. And unfortunately, we talk the way we do as orators. And sometimes it lands in a horrible place. It's just disgusting. By the way, a Republican, a Democrat, an independent, everybody has the right to their own opinion. If you want to wear a MAGA hat, it's okay with me. If you want to have a gun, it's fine with me. You know what's going to happen now? What's going to happen is that you're going to see liberals saying gun control, using Charlie Kirk's death on that and saying, wait a minute, we haven't even buried the guy yet. Where did our sense of compassion for our country and our other fellow American or fellow human being, where did that line get crossed where we can't go back and we can't just be human beings with one another? What happened? How did we get stirred up like this? You know, I give my American brethren, woman or man, more credit than what the media does. I think we know the difference. I think these people stir things up. I really do. I think, look at me, how I stir shit up. It's just sports. Can you imagine having a political opinion today? Every time I speak my political mind, my aunt goes nuts, because you know why? She's actually afraid possibly for me on one thing, getting fired, or what's the other one? Some lunatic. I can't tell you in my life how many people write me death, and I don't bother you guys with that. I get death threats all the time. If I see your family. I had a person post once my Hummer being out in front of a grocery store with my wife and my kid inside. Right down the street. Hey, Sileo. Like that. I mean, hey, I don't think anything of it. I talk sports. Thank you so much, Hollywood. All I ask you is this. Man, we need more love in the world. We really do. I don't hate a person. You know what? Here, let me give you this. People actually hate Donald Trump. Why? You don't know him. I don't know him. Nor do I care. You hate Republicans. Why? Or Democrats. Why? I don't hate them. Because you have a different political opinion than me. We are stirring so many. This shit happens in third world countries. This is what happens in other places when people speak their minds. We shoot people because they have a different political. My God Almighty, I can't believe I live in a country now where you're shooting people who have a different political opinion than you. I find that unbelievable. We can't have a difference. Differences are okay. It's what makes us great. It's what made our country great. We have a different opinion. It's how we find our greatest politicians with indifference. I don't get it. I don't. You know, people always go, Sills, you're a Trumpster. No, you know what I am? I believe that Donald Trump has every right to believe what he wants to believe and how he wants to see this country run. And the people go lose their minds over that take. If you want to make a difference, fucking vote. Protesting is not voting. That's not voting. Shooting people is not going to make a difference. You're not frightening anybody. I believe in the United States of America. I believe who's ever in the White House is my head coach. I don't root against my head coach. I'm an American. I'm not a Republican. I'm an American. I believe in America. Hey, get this. Here, M. Reyes. M. Reyes, my daughter went on a BLM protest that I'm completely against. But you know why I went and stood next to my daughter? She asked me to. And I did. Okay? I stood next to her. One, for her safety. Second, she asked me to. Okay? My daughter protests all the time. I just tell her, please be safe. Because you have people like what we saw today in this world. It's unfortunate. I believe in protesting too. I do. I believe that you have a right in this country to say whatever you want and protest every single thing you want to protest. I have no problem with that. Done within the legality of the law. I don't have anything. Get this. See this, Sean? Why? Who cares? He's not putting bread or butter on your table, and nor is Biden. They're all fucking hacks. I mean, it really is. It's a physically ill day in this country. Our country is sick today. This is not cool on every realm of what our country is built on. Dude, I love America more than anything on the planet because I get to do the things that I love the most. I get to talk to people. We have a relationship. We go back and forth. We have fun. Okay? And listen, you can have that take. That's fine. Okay? Okay? I mean, you can have those takes. Do you have to get to a point where you murder people? What country are you living in? Okay? Bro, Sean completely misses the point. I agree. Our country's sick. And I don't mean sick. It's ill right now. It's got a sickness. It's not respecting other people. We don't respect each other. That's a damn shame. We do not respect one another any longer. That line that we used to have that you didn't cross, you gave people space in their life, it is gone. It's really, this is not about guns, Republicans, Democrats. This is about an illness in our country. And it's the news media that stirs it up. Those people are sick. Fox News, CNN, all of them, they have an illness. I stopped watching news. My aunt and I would get into back and forth conversations, and I said this, I'm stopping. I don't care about this shit anymore. My life has been way better since. It really has. Okay, I refuse to watch this stuff because it makes you in a bad mood. Okay? Get this. That's not the point. What does that have to do with you? I'm a Christian. I'm a devout Catholic. He's not. What does that have to do with you or me? Who gives a shit? Who cares? Dude, love your neighbor. No matter if he's Democrat, Republican, or liberal. Who cares? You don't love your neighbor because he has a different political view of you? You got an illness. Bro, the coolest thing about my locker rooms at Miami, Jerome Brown had a completely different ideology than I did. Michael Irvin had a completely different. Michael Irvin was a Louis Farrakhan guy. And I go, Louis Farrakhan? And he goes, you ever heard him pray? You ever heard him preach? I go, no. I know he's a Muslim leader. And I go, no, I've never. So I listened to him and I go, Mike, yeah, that ain't for me. And then I said to Mike, I go, hey, Mike, you know who my favorite political leader is of all time? It's Malcolm X. You ever wonder why liberals never bring him up? Listen to what he says and how he talks. Liberals don't bring Malcolm X up because Malcolm X will tell you exactly. Conservatives tell you who they are and what they're going to do and how they're going to do it. They don't lie to you. Liberals will lie to you and do things and convince you and tell you to vote, and they'll try to help you, and they won't help you. There lies the difference. That's not my take. That's Malcolm X's take. That's why because that guy doesn't like both sides. I love Malcolm X. Tremendous speaker and leader. Okay? One side tells you the bullshit you don't want to hear, and the other side lies to you about the bullshit you don't want to hear. Love him. One of my favorite people. Because you know why? He's got clarity and he's fair. This stuff here today, the media, without a doubt, has fueled this. Look at this Van Jones stuff. Van Jones is saying this. It was 2 days ago. I was flipping through and I watched it on CNN. You know the woman that was stabbed in on the train? He accused Charlie Kirk and said this guy is a race-mongering, no good human being. And then 2 days later, Charlie Kirk is shot dead. I mean, did that have anything to do with it? Yet to be determined. People that watch that stuff on TV nowadays, okay? Hold on here. Football, please? Sure, I agree. I do. Because talking about that's the bad part of our country right now. It doesn't matter who's in the White House. It doesn't. Okay? Doesn't. sad time right now. Just dominating. Here. Isn't this the coolest thing about sports? Guys, you know the greatest thing about sports is you. You know what the greatest thing about football is? Is you. Seals is talking about this because it's starting to infiltrate sports. Merrill Reese being told he can't be on the show is bullshit. Thank you, James. It is infiltrating. But do you know why? Thank you. I agree with you, Cosmo. Do you know why sports is so great? We can have Republicans, Democrats, Muslims, Catholics, Baptists, and Protestants in here, and we're talking about one thing. Eagles, pro football, sports, something that galvanizes us, brings us together. It's the last thing we have that brings us together as sports. You could sit in a stadium of 75,000 at Lincoln Financial Stadium, and no one's going to look over at the guy and go, hey, before I sit down here, are you a Democrat? No one going to sit down and go, how's the game going? Hey, what do you think? Hey, how does Jalen look? That's the beautiful thing about it. Thank God we have sports to get away from that. It's the ultimate liberator. It's the ultimate sanitizer of what's wrong with our country. It's the greatest thing left is our sports world. I mean, thank God I have Thursday night football tomorrow. Man, because get this, I'm going to turn my TV on when I get done with this, and it's going to be littered with this, and I won't be able to get away from it. So I'm not going to do something here to make you guys feel even worse. You know what that is? To pretend that I'm some sort of political guy. I'm not a political guy. I got offered numerous times. You know, I was doing news talk one time on WFLA 970 in Tampa. That's where Glenn Beck started. I'm friends with Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck took over for me at 970. I was doing double duty. I was doing my morning show on WDAE, and then I would turn around and go and do news talk on WFLA 970. And this guy came in, and I'll never forget, it was Glenn Beck. Glenn Beck, you know where Glenn Beck came from? Glenn Beck came from New Haven. He was a disc jockey. He sat down and he watched me do my show. And he watched me do my political show. He looked at me and he goes, damn, that's sensational. And I said, I don't know. He goes, what's the secret? Be you. Talk. Say something. I'm not the greatest radio guy, but I'll tell you what I am. I'm the most unique guy you'll know. Because the way I see things. That's what I love. And that's why I love to do this. I've been doing it for so long now. I found out something too, doing this, that the more I'm me, the more I connect with you. That's what I love. I love a question like this. Seals, what's your most favorite high school memory? Love a good story time with Big Sills. My favorite high school moment. Favorite high school moment. I got one. I remember going into Joe Anslone's office. And I remember my head coach called me in. He sat me down. And I remember him looking at me and he goes, "Hey, I got some news for you." And I go, "Okay, what?" And he goes, "You've just been named first team All-State." This is a big deal for me. I was like, "What?" He goes like this. You just been named first team All-State by the New Haven Register. I'm like, "Get the fuck out of here." I was like, "That's so great." Yep. And then I went out and I played my Thanksgiving game against Fairfield Prep. And I had been named first team. It was a big deal for me, was to be named. Then I got named All-American by Parade Magazine. You guys ever hear the Parade Magazine All-American team? Well, I got named to the Parade All-American team. And I was like, that's a big deal for me. It was, I mean, I really loved that. Is when, okay, and it was a big deal being named the Parade All-American team. I think it's the New York Times. Okay, right? Appreciate you, Sills. Thanks for being, hey, man, that's all I am. Nick, thank you. Nick, listen, know this. We have fun in here. Hey, and my grandfather was a professional, my aunt's in here, and she will tell you, my grandfather was a professional ball buster. Professional. If you had the picture of a professional ball buster, my grandfather's picture would be in there. Okay? I mean, hey, it wouldn't be a good holiday at my house if my aunt didn't leave crying. If my aunt left crying, we had a good time. Don't ask me why. But if my aunt wasn't crying and she wasn't leaving, okay, my aunt wasn't crying. We did not have we gauged our holidays on my aunt's tears. And my aunt could drop them too, boy. She could drop them tears. And she would go, I mean, we're sitting there and I'm looking over at my grandfather going, "Nice job, Dad." Nice job. Hey, that's my pop. So maybe what I've done is I've kind of inherited. Okay? Of course he did. You were his favorite. There's no question about it. You were his favorite. I will admit, though, I was his favorite grandkid. Yeah, he called us the Five Bears. It was first four, but then he added another one, and I wonder why. Because, yeah. Anyway. And so, yeah. Guys, we need to feel better about ourselves today. Not shittier. Had to try to get the vibe switched up. Hey, Fly. You know how you get the vibe switched up? Go Eagles. That's why football teams are so important. They're civic pride things, dude. Sue. Yes. Know this, though. In the darkest time, the light is right around the corner. Okay? It's around the corner. In times of adversity, our country rises like the phoenix. It always will. I look at us having moments like 9/11. By the way, what really sucks, it's the day before 9/11. I don't really talk about this story much. So a friend of mine, who I went to high school with, worked at Cantor Fitzgerald. And he went to high school with me about a year ahead of me. And he went to UPenn, as a matter of fact. Hey, Betty, I forgot. Jerry McFadden went to UPenn. I had forgotten that. University of Pennsylvania. One of my good friends. Grandfather couldn't take him. He would be a guy that would like he would run his tires in my lawn or my driveway. My grandfather, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, my grandmother and them, and they get all kinds of crazy shit. Hey, these guys were just nuts. And he would drop me off. I go, please don't do it. The whole neighborhood. Great. Stupid. So that fateful day, he was a commodities broker. Well, like the people who perished that day, my friend perished. And I had spoken to him probably 3 weeks before. He said he was going to take a vacation. He was going to go away with his kids. Peeling out. Thank you. My grandfather hated the guy doing that. I had another friend of mine who was on ladder 11 who, okay, right? So tomorrow, you know what I celebrate? I celebrate America Rising because this is who we are. Okay? Hey, Sills, Michael Irvin went on the Shannon Sharp show and said Jerome Brown would have been up there with Deion for Florida players. You agree? Jerome Brown. Jerome Brown would have been better than Warren Sapp. He would have been in the conversation with Aaron Donald. He would have been probably your second best player you've ever had if he had lived his life. Yes. Jerome was so freaking good. He was such a big-hearted guy. He was you would have loved, every one of you would have loved him. Would have just loved being around him. I mean, he was just an amazing man. My grandfather loved him. You have to realize my family loved Jerome Brown. From my pop, my aunt, to my grandma, everyone. We loved Jerome. We loved him. Just, I mean, you could not help but love the guy. Oh, Deion, yes. He would have been in the conversation with Deion and Bo Jackson, kind of like, you know, his person. How about this one, Antonio? I'll put this to you here. He would have been on the same page as Charles Barkley. Like, he'd have been a huge TV star, huge media guy, had a wonderful personality. I still talk to his kid, D. I got his kid a job as a policeman in Orlando. And I through John Morgan, actually, I ended up helping him get a job in the Orlando Police Department. We made a pact, Antonio, that if I ever died, he'd watch out for my kid. We didn't have kids at this time. And if he died, I would watch for his kids. And I've held to that. I've held to it. So, sports galvanizes us. Oh, hey, Antonio, you should hear. So I first get down to Miami. I didn't go to school with very many black players. Okay? Hey, Denny, I didn't go to school with very many black players. I think I've told some of you this. So I get into my dorm room. There's 4 of us. There's 3 black guys in there. And I'm going, what is this? And right, I didn't. Jerome looked at me and goes, you got a problem? I go, no, I don't know. And so I go to Jimmy, and then Jimmy goes to Jerome. So Jerome is waiting for me. And he goes like this. You got a problem with black guys? I go, no. He goes, why are you going to Jimmy then? I go, Coach Johnson told you? Jimmy tells me everything. What's your problem? You want to be on this team? And I go, yeah. He goes, well, son, you got to learn to live with all of us here. Greatest lesson I ever had in my life. Greatest lesson was being a friend with that guy. Opened my eyes, opened my heart, taught me about being a teammate. It was wonderful. The greatest experience I've ever had in my life. Not just football, life. I used to go home to Brooksville with him. I broke a Klan rally up with him once. He's been in my home many times. Greatest thing ever happened to me. Ever happened to me was going to University of Miami. Not for football, for life. Phillies, Sills, you may be an arrogant prick. Check, yes. But we love you here in Philly. Do you remember that? Bring it home for Jerome. Yes. Dude, I saw a Philly fan at Jerome's tombstone. He tweeted it to me. It went viral. I think it was the 17 Super Bowl you guys did this. And you guys had the jerseys all around Jerome's tombstone. Right? You guys, I think that's what that was, right? No, you snorted cocaine together. No, I don't. I'll tell you what we did do together. How you doing, honey? My aunt's in here, so please stop. Don't go anywhere nutty with me. No, we didn't. No, I was too afraid of drugs. I was too afraid because I drank. I would have a few drinks there. I would do that now. Back in the day, I was just too afraid. That ain't happening. I didn't do drugs. Me and Jerome did do this once. Okay. We walked into this party that Luther Campbell had. And there was Coke everywhere. Jerome goes, we got to get out of here. And I go, why? And he goes like this. He goes, bro, we get caught in here, man. Coach Johnson's going to kick our asses. So we were always afraid of Jimmy. No, most of the players down there didn't do coke. I swear to you, I don't remember any guy but one guy getting hooked up on cocaine down there at Miami because we were afraid of Jimmy. Sills, yes, Len was my first big-time friend in college, was Len Bias at Maryland. That was my workout buddy. That was my workout buddy. We would meet each other at 6:30 every single morning, and we would go work out. He saw how strong I was, and he goes, I need to get stronger because I'm playing Michael Jordan and Ralph Sampson and these guys. I don't know if you guys know who Ralph Sampson is. So I believe that Len was from Landover. And so I would go home. His mom was so wonderful. Cook us meals. So Len would take me home. We'd go. I never saw Len Bias ever do drugs. I never saw him smoke weed. I never saw any of that. And I was around him a lot. And I never saw him do any of that. When people, they questioned me and asked me, because I had transferred to Miami, and they came down and they go, did you ever, I had a reporter, it might have been Mike Milbaum, because it was somebody from the Washington Post. And they came down and they go, do you ever remember Len Bias doing drugs? I go, I've never seen Len Bias smoke a cigarette. I've never saw Len do anything. So you got the wrong guy here. I don't even think I really ever saw him drink. I mean, I think it was just one speedball one night. He didn't know what he was doing. Somebody got him, and I think that was the end of it. I mean, I think it's because Adrian Branch, there was a guy, I don't know if you guys know the name, but Adrian Branch called me, and Ben Coleman too. You remember Ben Coleman and Adrian Branch? Well, both those guys were on the phone. I'm in my girlfriend was in college, and they call me. They go, Sills, Bias died last night. I'm like, what? I flew up for the funeral. I mean, I flew up for that funeral. We were all crying. And I'm a Miami Hurricane at the time, but I loved Len Bias. Holy cow! 2 of my friends passed away. My freshman year friend, Len Bias, and Jerome Brown. Jerome was in the pros though when that happened, and I was with the Bucks. He was with the Eagles. Yep, and Len was. Watching Len Bias play basketball against Michael Jordan, I don't know who was better. I don't know who was better. My money, I'm biased. I'm a Len Bias guy. He was just special. He was a special ball player. I mean, dude, I saw him school Jordan. Then Jordan turned around and schooled his ass, and it would go back and forth like that. He was so good, man. God forbid. He would have took over for Larry Bird in Boston. He'd have been everything you thought Michael Jordan was. That would have been Jordan's contemporary if Bias had lived. I don't think I ever saw Michael Jordan play against a better player than Len Bias. Len Bias was LeBron before LeBron. Yeah, it's probably true. He was like that. Yeah. Sills, have you been watching the Cowboys documentary series on Netflix? It features Miami. Yes. Yes. All of that was pretty true. Think about this too, Nick. I mean, all the documentaries that have been done on my program, the U1, the U2, there's a ton of movies that have been done on our time at Miami. And I was there for Jimmy's 5 years. I was there 3 of those 5 years. And I would say pretty much all of that was true. Phenomenal. Just unbelievable talent. And I mean, the only guys that I could compare, he was better than Carmelo Anthony. He was better than Karl Malone. You know, he was a lot like Scottie Pippen, but better. But he was a little better version of Scottie Pippen. Bias was like Scottie Pippen. He was kind of like that. It's funny. I got a text message from a whole bunch of people when we played Notre Dame. And they go, my daughter calls me a convict. I saw this at Cosmo. This doesn't make sense, does it? Oh, my God. Bro, Lefty was a trip. Lefty Drizel was a trip. God, did I love that coach. We'd go into Cole Fieldhouse, and you know what he would let me do? So me and Len, during the summertime, because I went to summer school, we'd go up and down Cole Fieldhouse. You know what the famous thing about, like Magic Johnson, yeah, handsome. You know the famous thing about, does anybody know why Cole Fieldhouse is famous and world famous? Does anybody know why? That's the Texas Western versus Kentucky game was played at that place. The first time 5 African Americans started in a national championship game, and they did it against Pat Riley in Kentucky, and they beat them that night at Cole Fieldhouse. It's a legendary building. They have some of the remnants still remaining from the old place, but they got a new facility there now. But Cole Fieldhouse was one of the greatest barns in college basketball history, like Butler Fieldhouse. And so I'd be in there and we would be training. Me and Len would be up and down the bleachers. Lefty would come in. He'd come over and time us. It's great. Sills, what's the name of the corner you played with at Miami? That which you said was Reggie Sutton. Reggie Sutton was the best athlete I've ever seen at Miami. Now, Bo's the best I've ever seen playing-wise. But Reggie Sutton, 4'2", 40 vertical, 6'2", carved out of a steak. I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen any. Ask Alonzo Highsmith, who the best athlete he's ever seen. He had Deion Sanders type ability. It was incredible. But he had a drug problem. I love him to this day. He's still alive. I think I told some of you guys. So I played in the Arena League. He was delegated to the Arena League. He couldn't get a job. So Babe Pirelli came to me and they go like this. What do you make of Reggie Sutton? And I go like this. I said, Don Haskins, that's right. He was the head coach of that UTEP team. He goes like this. He goes, what do you make of him? I go, I love the guy. You just got to keep an eye on him. What do you mean? I go, he ain't going to hurt anybody. He's just got a substance problem. Do you vouch for him? I go, I do. I know he's not a harmful guy. He's not a hurtful guy. And he goes, I love the guy. Get this. He plays so good. The New Orleans Saints call him up and they go like this. How'd you like to come play for the Saints? He goes, okay. He goes, Sills, the Saints just signed me. I'm like, what? Yeah, the Saints signed me. The next week, Reggie Sutton was the defensive player of the week. He had 2 interceptions and returned one for a touchdown. 2 weeks later, the Saints, Mickey Loomis, call me and they go like this. Where's Reggie? I said, you might want to go look in Overtown or somewhere down there. Reggie calls me and he goes, Sills. I said, I know. He started crying. I said, I know. I go, I know. So he stayed with me and Kim for a couple days and we helped him out. And he's like, and I said, I know, man. I got it. I got you. Dude, your problems are not going to affect my relationship with you. You're my hurricane brother, man. He stayed with me and Kim for about a week. Then he went back home, never to be seen from again. However, we talk every now and then. I love the guy. You think I just love Michael Irvin because I love all them dudes. These guys were phenomenal people to me. Hey, we're not all perfect. I just got through showing you something here. We got to have love in the world, man. You got to love somebody. Right? So, you know what sucks? We lost a guy who spoke his mind. Right before our day, our country was in terror. I know. I want you to do something for me, Hollywood. With a moment like this, think about how great our country will be in moments of crisis. Don't look at it with sorrow. Look at it with strength. Hey, man, that person who did that to Charlie Kirk, you ain't stopping America. You ain't stopping people like us that will speak our minds and have fun covering football, talking football, and having a life. You're not making me hide under my desk. That's not happening. I am not fucking hiding under my desk. Okay? No, it's not white on white crime. It's American on American crime. Race, you know what's crazy? We're taught race as kids. Kids don't know the difference between black and white. We teach it, unfortunately. I mean, you ask a kid who's 5 years old what the difference between a kid sitting next to him, he's not going to go, he's black. He's going to go, he's tall. His parents live down the street 2 houses from me. They're not going to talk about black and white. We talk black and white. You line 3 5-year-old kids up. They're not going to mention race. They don't know the difference. We evolve into that hatred. You don't teach that shit. I mean, we're not born with that shit. We're taught it. They wanted the most gruesome show live, and they did it. Jason, I would say, look, once again, I'm not hiding under my desk. Is it a moment? Yes. We've had so many moments in the last 30 years. 9/11 tomorrow will be even more accentuated with terror now. This is done. This is done for a reason. They're trying to wobble you. Don't be wobbled. People try to wobble you. They want sudden impact. No way. You don't get bro, you're a lowlife. You're a scumbag. You took an innocent family man away. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm watching my game tomorrow night. My life is not changing. I'm watching Commanders and Packers, and I want to see if Jaden Daniels can play great tomorrow night. And I'm watching if Jordan Love can carry the Packers to the NFC Championship game. That's what's on my agenda. Sitting around moping and fucking crying because some loser wants me to think like him. You got the wrong dude. I do not subscribe to that. I'm not going to sit in sorrow. I'm not. Because you're not winning. Don't let people win like that. How in the world would you allow somebody's misery and their miserable life to impact your life like that? They want that. No way. I love that, flexing. Football and wrestling, baby. Long live America. Long live sports. I'm fucking gonna, you're not dragging me into this. Oh, no way. Not happening. It's at Lambeau, right? I got the Commanders now. I know you guys, hey, we're having a good one here, but I got to tell you, I'm still picking the Commanders to win the East. But you got Micah Parsons now. I think the Packers are going to win this game. I got the Packers tomorrow night. What score tomorrow night? What score? I got Packers tomorrow night. It's at Lambeau, right? $27, 21. I got Green Bay tomorrow. I got Green Bay. Who do you got winning tomorrow? Who do you got winning? Who do you got winning? 27-24 Green Bay? 34-17. Okay. Got it in a close one. Got the Packers. Okay. Sills, if the game is sloppy, 24-21 Washington, but if a good game, then I have the Packers 34-27. You're thinking if they could put up more points and put scores up, right? I believe the Packers are at home. The Green Bay Packers, 27-17. Yeah, you got it. Hey, Ibanez, it is. Yeah, I thought it was in Green Bay. Yeah, hey, listen, I think that's really the only thing for me that I have questions on Green Bay. Okay? Guys, I got to pay a bill here, please. I've got to do Morgan & Morgan here, and we love doing Morgan & Morgan. Our great friends with over $30 billion recovered for clients across the country, the number one injury law firm in all of America. It is the easiest decision that you will possibly make is by going to my friends at Morgan & Morgan. They are number one because why? They win. Go to forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. That's forthepeople.com/big sales or pound law 529. And do me a favor. You tell them Big Sales sent you.
This is Eric. When he got injured in a car accident, he called Morgan & Morgan. He not only gets a lawyer, he gets trial lawyers like Sam and Jessica who are in it to win it. He gets his own investigators with briefcases, leather ones. And if you ever have questions, our customer service folks keep things rolling. Injured? We're your army. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
The following is a presentation of JAKIB Sports.
If you're a small business owner or you work for a company that loves the birds, you need to react fast before we've used up our entire ticket allocation. And here's why. In celebration of JAKIB Media's new partnership with Savvy Seats, JAKIB Media will give you a pair of VIP tickets for any game on the 2025 schedule, home or away. And we'll give your company or your boss a 20-week media sponsorship package across the number one digital network for Eagles coverage, JAKIB Sports. And that includes all of our game day coverage. Cost for your business or company? About $50 a week. Let's recap everything. 20-week sponsorship package on JAKIB Sports, including commercial spots, live reads, and liners. Inclusion in all of our game day coverage, including the soon-to-be-announced Green Zone, and a pair of tickets to the home opener or any game on the 2025 regular season schedule. Remember, that's home or away. If you're in Kansas City and you want to go to the game against the Chiefs, no problem. If you live in Florida and you want to go to the game in Tampa Bay at the end of September, no problem. Text Krause at 267-261-3428. That's 267-261-3428. And remember, do it quickly before this incredible gift is gone. JAKIB Sports and Savvy Seats put you right in the action with VIP seating as we are proud to announce our partnership for the 2025 season with Savvy Seats. Text Krause right now at 267-261-3428. That's 267-261-3428. And pick your game today. If you own a company and you're not producing a podcast, you're missing out. The public consumes messaging when they're ready. Join the professional podcast network of companies and let JAKIB Media Partners put you in the podcast arena. Come to our professional studio or we'll come to your place of business and professionally produce your company podcast. Call JAKIB Media right now at 267-261-3428. 267-261-3428.
EAGLES, Eagles.
Hey, folks, we appreciate it. Don't forget, Xander, what's going on next here? Give me a little insight here. Okay, Pat's coming up here, right? I have Pat. Okay, Xander's doing Pat's show here. So, guys, God bless America. We love you very much. Love one another. We will see you tomorrow going 2 to 6, and we'll see you on the flip side.